My mom spent a lot of my money on my sister's wedding, but I stopped it by freezing the account. I'm facing a tough situation. My mom and sister have been using me for a long time, and now it's gone too far. I want to stop them, but I worry that cutting them off completely would make life hard for them. I'm tired of always giving in to their demands. I'm 38 years old, married with 2 kids, and I've been living in Ohio for 6 years since I got married. I originally come from Houston. My childhood was tough because my parents got divorced and my dad left. When I was 10 years old, my parents split up. I was 5 when it happened. They say it was because my dad thought my sister wasn't really his child. This made them get divorced. Dad let mom keep our house and he moved out. He paid for my schooling but not for my sister's. He didn't give money to support her, and I don't know why mom didn't ask for it. Maybe that's why people believe dad's claim about my sister. Dad wasn't around much during my childhood. Sometimes my dad would come to my school to pay for my fees and bring me gifts. But when I started high school, I reached out to him, and since then, he's been a big part of my life. He even came to my wedding, even though my mom didn't like it. Over time, I grew closer to my dad than to my mom. He visited me in Ohio twice after I moved here, but then he got very sick, and we lost him last year. Mom didn't like how close I was to my dad, and she started acting distant. To make her even more upset, my dad named me as his heir. He got married again after divorcing my mom, but he didn't have any kids with his new wife. My dad always said I was his only daughter. Mom and my sister didn't like me because dad favored me, and I got to inherit his $400,000 trust fund. But it's not just about the money. Dad supported me through school, so I got a better education than my sister. This meant I went to better schools and colleges and had a better life overall, thanks to the money Dad gave us after the divorce. I was 10 when they split, and by then the money for my education had already started coming in. I was 12, so Mom couldn't control it much. The money for my schooling went straight to the school, and later to college from the support Dad gave us. Mom did use some of the money for my sister and for things around the house. I wasn't a dumb kid, so my mom tried to keep me happy so I wouldn't complain. I won't say my mom and sister were mean to me when I was growing up, but they didn't really like me, and they were pretty close to each other while I felt left out. Plus, I was smart, not just in school but clever too. I wasn't someone they could push around easily. I think that's why my mom never mistreated me. Nowadays, my problem is the $400,000 my dad left for me. Ever since my mom and sister found out about it, they keep asking me for money. Actually, this isn't the first time they've asked for money. I've been helping them financially since I started working. As I made more money, their needs grew. I don't owe them anything, but I help them because they're family and they don't make much money. My mom works as a cashier and my sister works in a store. Together, they don't make half as much as I do, so I feel like I should help them. We might not be very close emotionally, but they've never been mean to me. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say and that I'm not confusing you with my feelings. A few months ago, my mom called me and said she wanted to fix up our house. Over the years, the walls, ceilings, and floors had gotten really damaged. Since Dad left, we hadn't been able to keep up with repairs. The house hadn't been painted, and the wiring was messed up. The ceilings and walls were falling apart in places. We never had enough money to take care of the house. Mom said it was getting hard to live there, especially during storms. She went to the bank to ask for a loan, but the interest rates were too high. I knew she wanted me to give her the money for the renovations, but neither of us said it directly. It was an awkward talk, so after that, I started ignoring her calls. She doesn't call me much, usually just once a month, but last month she called me 3 or 4 times. When I finally answered her call, Mom said it wasn't safe to stay in our house anymore because it was falling apart in bad weather. This time, she was direct and asked me for money. She promised to pay it back bit by bit. I asked her how much she needed, and she said $100,000. I was shocked. I didn't have that much to lend. She hinted at the inheritance money. I was angry but didn't want to talk about it. I said I could only lend $50,000. She agreed. Later, I realized I was too quick to offer $50,000. I could have just ignored her, but now that I'd said it, I had to lend her the money. I didn't feel good about lending such a big amount. My husband suggested that I lend the money bit by bit and check on the progress of the house before giving more. I told my mom I'd send $50,000 in parts. I had an old account in Houston that I hadn't used, so I activated it and sent $10,000 there. I gave Mom access to that account. She asked why I didn't send the money directly to her account, and I made up an excuse. It was actually my husband's idea. I'm not very hopeful that she'll pay it back, but let's see how it goes. Update. I can't figure out exactly how my mom and sister tried to trick me for easy money. It's been 2 months since I started lending money to my mom for the house renovations. I've given $20,000 so far, and I'm not giving any more after this. I always knew they were only nice to me for my money, but I never thought they would lie to me this much just to get money from me. If they had been honest with me, it wouldn't have hurt so much. Recently, I found out that my sister is getting married, not from my family, but from one of my school friends. My friend's husband is a wedding planner, and my sister has been working with his agency to plan her big wedding. They're calling it a grand wedding. I don't think my sister knew that I'm friends with them. A wedding worth $50,000 is definitely grand. It hurts to find out about your sister's wedding from someone else. I wasn't even told about it, let alone invited. I thought it would be a small and intimate wedding with just a few people, but my friend told me the guest list was around 100. It was heartbreaking not to even be among those 100 guests. Feeling sad about it is one thing, but I'm more concerned about the money. Where did my sister get the money to organize such an extravagant wedding? It was held at one of the best venues in town, with unlimited food and drinks, and top-notch decorations and flowers. I checked the bank account where I was sending money to my mom for her supposed renovation project, but it was empty. I called Mom to ask if the renovations had started. She said yes, she hired a renovation company, but the work hadn't begun yet. I couldn't stand her lies. Until then, I wasn't sure if they were really using my money for her wedding. But the thought of them spending a lot on her wedding while still taking money from me for the house renovation disgusted me. I briefly thought about flying to Houston to check things out myself, but I realized it wouldn't be worth it. Instead, I called my aunt, who lived nearby my mom's house. I asked if she knew about my sister's wedding, and she said yes, but she wasn't invited either. Mom doesn't get along with my dad's side of the family, so it made sense. She also mentioned that my sister's wedding had become the talk of the neighborhood. I mean, just a few years ago, their house was falling apart, and now they have a brand new house and a lavish wedding. Hearing this made me feel dizzy and confused. Mom told me the house still needed repairs, but my aunt said it looked new with fresh paint. Then I remembered about 6 months ago, Mom asked me for $20,000 for her knee surgery. I called Mom to ask where she had the surgery done. I lied, saying a friend needed details for her dad's surgery. Mom struggled to remember and couldn't give me any information about the hospital or clinic. She seemed caught off guard and hung up, saying there was a network issue. When I called again, her phone was off, and she didn't answer for days. I sent a text, but she didn't read it. I realized she was lying. The money I gave her for the surgery was probably used for the house renovations, and the money she's taking now is likely for my sister's wedding. I also found out my sister got engaged on our front lawn with decorations and wine. I felt like I'd been living in the dark because I had no idea they were living so lavishly and pretending to be poor to get money from me. So I decided to cut them off. I stopped sending money to that account, and when Mom called or texted, I ignored her. My sister, who never called before, tried calling, but I ignored her too. I'm done with their lies and manipulation. Just because I make more money than them, and my dad left me an inheritance while giving them nothing, doesn't give them the right to take advantage of me with their lies. I've decided to spoil my mom's princess's big day. Update 2. I was right about my mom. When I ignored all their attempts to reach me, my mom called my husband. Let me tell you, my husband can be a bit of a party pooper. I warned him not to talk to them, but when my mom called him, he did. She started crying, saying I was avoiding them. They needed money to finish the renovations, and I had broken my promise. My husband spilled the beans. Yes, he did that. I wanted to smack him on the head. He told her that I knew the truth, that she'd been using me for money, and that the money was really for my sister's wedding, which is why I cut them off. I was really angry because I wanted them to suffer for their deception, but my husband ruined everything. He also told my mom that we knew she lied about the knee surgery and used that money for the house repairs. After that call, my mom bombarded my phone with apologies. She said it was all a misunderstanding. She borrowed the money from someone for the house repairs and was paying them back with my money. It was another lie. After her constant calls and messages, I said I'd talk to her only if she promised to tell me the truth. She agreed. When we spoke, she finally told me everything. She said my sister wanted a big wedding, but they didn't have the money for it, so they decided to ask me for it. It was my sister's idea to use the excuse of house renovations to get the money from me. They knew I hadn't been to Houston in years and wasn't in touch with anyone there, so I wouldn't know the house was already renovated. I asked her why she didn't just tell me the truth and ask for money directly for the wedding. She said my sister didn't want that. She said she didn't want to ask me for a favor directly. Can you believe that? I told her I knew she used the knee surgery money I gave her to fix the house. She went silent. I told her I knew everything, so there was no point in hiding it. She said the house was falling apart, and my sister's in-laws were coming to visit, so they had to fix it quickly. They couldn't think of a better reason to get money from me in a hurry, so she panicked and called me, saying the doctor wanted her to have urgent knee surgery, and I sent the money right away. Even though I stayed strong on the call, I was crying inside. How could my own mother deceive me like this? I know they have money problems, but that doesn't give them the right to manipulate me and take advantage of my emotions. After I heard the truth, I hung up and cried for hours. I can't remember the last time I cried so much. Maybe when my dad passed away. I missed him terribly that day. 2 days later, I got a voicemail from Mom asking me to send the rest of the money so they could keep planning the wedding. It disgusted me so much that I wanted to scream at her. If she wasn't my mom, I think she was really selfish. She didn't show any regret. All she cared about was money. They didn't even invite me to the wedding, not even out of politeness. When the truth came out, I felt so frustrated that I blocked both of them. I also warned my husband not to talk to them, and if he disobeys me again, he'll sleep outside in the cold. I'm serious about this. I'm keeping in touch with my aunt, and she told me the wedding is next month. I didn't tell her about the money, but I know my mom and sister are struggling more and more each day to make the wedding they wanted happen. Good for them. Update 3. Mom and sister kept calling and leaving voicemails until the wedding day, asking for money, but I didn't give in. On the wedding day, Mom's last voicemail said she was ashamed of me and disowned me. It hurt so much. I cried a lot in front of my husband. People might say I'm mean for ruining my sister's wedding. Mom called me arrogant and selfish too. But she never thought about her lies. She tricked me for so long. I helped them because I felt like I had to. I thought of them as family, but to them, I was just a way to get money. On the wedding day, my friend, whose husband was the wedding planner, called. She said the wedding might be canceled because they weren't paying for it anymore. I asked my friend how much they paid for the wedding so far, and she said $20,000. I said that's enough for a nice wedding, but she said my sister ordered fancy decorations and food, and the location alone cost $20,000. She asked if I was going, and I said no, I had other plans. My friend knew I wasn't close to my mom and sister. To be honest, I felt upset because I felt like I ruined my sister's wedding. For a moment, I thought about giving the rest of the money to my friend to finish the wedding as planned, but then I remembered my mom's voicemail disowning me. What's the point of helping them if they disown me in the end? Maybe my actions weren't great, but they were a reaction to their hurtful actions. I turned off my phone and spent the day with my kids to keep my mind off things. The next day, my friend called again, upset with my sister because the wedding made her husband look bad in the business. On the wedding day, Mom and sister begged her husband to arrange something basic for the wedding and promised to pay $10,000 more. He managed to get decent food and decorations because the $20,000 advance covered most of the venue cost. But guests and the groom's family criticized the arrangements, and my sister blamed the wedding planner. She said he messed everything up. My friend's husband wanted to tell the truth, but Mom begged him not to ruin my sister's life. He stayed quiet and took the blame. Plus, they hadn't paid the promised $10,000 yet. I felt so embarrassed. I didn't know what to say. My friend said she wasn't blaming me, just sharing her frustration. I felt bad for my family's embarrassment, but also embarrassed they blamed the planner. My husband said they got what they deserved, and I shouldn't worry about them. They brought it on themselves by being dishonest. I'm relieved to stay away from their lies and tricks. Mom disowning me turned out to be a blessing. I don't have to deal with their lies anymore. On to the next chapter. My husband dropped a bombshell yesterday. He confessed that he's in love with my sister, but he said it when he was drunk, so I don't know if it's real. We all had dinner together with my sister and her husband, and we drank a lot. After they left, my husband and I had sex. We were tired, so we kept drinking wine, listening to music, and having a good time. My husband seemed happy, like he always does when he's drunk. We talked about my sister and her husband, and out of nowhere he said, "I'm so in love with sister's name." I was shocked and asked, "What?" He said, "I'm crazy about sister's name. I wish I could kiss her, she's amazing." He had this dreamy look on his face and kept smiling. I asked him if he was really drunk, and he said, "Probably." It hit me hard, even though I was also drunk. I just sat there silently, and he seemed lost in his thoughts with a smile on his face. I went to bed feeling confused and upset. This morning, I woke up sober and all those memories came rushing back. What my husband said is haunting me, and I feel shattered inside. He hasn't mentioned anything and seems fine, just dealing with a hangover. I don't know what to do now. He's always had a good relationship with my sister, so should I ignore what he said when he was drunk? Maybe it was just the alcohol talking? Should I wait for him to bring it up? I'm not even sure if he remembers. And what about the sex we had? It felt different. Even though I enjoyed it and thought it was amazing, he seemed different, more passionate and loving. He kept saying, "I love you, you're amazing." My sister recently lost weight and looked stunning in a form-fitting dress yesterday, and we all complimented her. She was really happy about it. I'm not sure why I'm mentioning this, but maybe it's important. I'll definitely talk to him about it when he's not hungover and can think clearly. I'm torn about whether to believe the saying, "drunk mind speaks sober thoughts," because alcohol can cloud judgment. I'm not sure if I can fully believe that alcohol alone could make someone confess love for their sister-in-law. Even if he denies it, do you think you can get past this? Because I believe he'll deny it. If I were you, I wouldn't feel comfortable with my husband and sister being together again, and that's not good for a marriage. I think he was probably just expressing his attraction to your sister in the moment. Honestly, when people's inhibitions are lowered, they might mix up feelings of lust and love. So regardless, you need to talk seriously with your husband. No one else can answer for him, and even after talking, it might be really hard for you to move forward. From experience, I know that even if it's just lust, you might carry this experience with you like a shadow. If you both want to try to make things work, I suggest going to couples counseling and getting therapy individually to help you both move forward in a healthy way. I wish you all the best and hope for a brighter future for you. I'm really sorry you're going through this. Something similar happened to me once. My ex said, "I love you," but he used my twin sister's name instead. When I corrected him, he acted like he made a mistake. But he didn't. He was actually in love with my sister. He was only dating me to get to her. You need to have a serious talk with your husband about this. It makes no sense for him to date you if he's interested in your sister. No sister would ever accept her sister's ex. At least, that's what I thought until she dated him after I. Our upbringing was tough, and our relationship wasn't great because our parents often compared us and put us against each other. I agree, most of the time, that's the worst way to handle it. It would be much better to be friends with their siblings instead of getting involved with them romantically. But I guess he wasn't thinking clearly, lol. It's painful to read about. You definitely need to talk to him about it today. He's acting like nothing happened. Do you think he doesn't remember saying it? I agree that drunk words often reveal sober thoughts. Have you ever noticed any behavior towards her that made you stop and think? Ask him directly while you're facing each other. His reaction will tell you a lot. He's always liked my sister. He gets along with my whole family and is friends with my brothers. But my sister is the one he likes the most, and we're very close to her and her husband. We usually do things together as a group. But my sister has always been my best friend, so it seemed normal. If he had only said, "I love her," it could have been just a drunken slip-up. But he made sure to express his feelings clearly. His words weren't just drunken nonsense. They were sincere and showed deep feelings, especially since his inhibitions were down. People say silly things when they're drunk, but they don't usually profess their love for someone like that unless it's important to them. I would bring it up directly and see how he reacts. That should give you a clear answer. Update. Hi, it's been 3 days since I last updated because I'm feeling conflicted. I talked to my husband on Sunday about what happened. He said he didn't remember much about that night, especially after my sister and her husband left and we kept drinking. I told him what he said, but he didn't seem shocked or surprised, just that he didn't remember saying anything. I asked him if he felt that way before we started drinking. He said he's always loved my sister because she's kind and warm. He also mentioned that he thought she looked really beautiful that night, and maybe his drunk self thought she was attractive. He said it's normal for people to be curious about the opposite sex. He's always thought my family is good-looking, and my sister's weight loss gave her confidence, which made her look happy, and he was happy for her. I asked him if he had to choose between us, and he was shocked. He said I'm his wife and the mother of his children, and he loves me. When I asked him to imagine if we had just met and neither of us was married, he got frustrated and said this was getting ridiculous. He doesn't like playing hypothetical games because they can lead to unnecessary fights. After dinner, he reassured me that he loves me very much and that he's happy. He said I shouldn't overthink what he said when he was too drunk to even know who or where he was. I'm still unsure about everything. I appreciate your advice, and I've been thinking about seeing a therapist on my own. It would bother me a lot to think about how much his desire to stay connected with my sister, even if it's just a little, influenced his decision to stay with me. I could never get over the thought of him being intimate with her while using me as a substitute for his feelings for her. These thoughts would keep replaying in my mind forever, making it hard for me to feel connected during intimate moments with him. I'd always be comparing myself, feeling inadequate, and questioning if his feelings for me are genuine. My ADHD would make it even harder for me to believe that his affection for me wasn't just an act. My sister and I are very close, and we live close to each other. I've wondered if he settled for being close to her by being with me. I obsess over every interaction and mention of her, wondering if he's as happy with me as he seems to be with her. I'm not sure if what he's saying is true or if I'm just imagining things now. There's no way to come back from this. It will always be on my mind. I need to trust my instincts and stand up for myself. He admitted his feelings for my sister to me. He's had these feelings for years, but he says he loves me and our life together. We're going to start counseling, and from now on, when I spend time with my sister, he won't be there. He's confessed his feelings for her, but he says he's never acted on them in the past and won't in the future.
The morning after Jace left for his deployment, I woke up to the sound of someone rearranging my kitchen cabinets. Not our kitchen, my kitchen. I'd spent 2 years organising it exactly how I liked it. Standing in the doorway in my pyjamas, I watched my mother-in-law, Francesca, methodically removing every dish and cup I owned. I'm Annika, and this is how I lost control of my home, before I took it back in ways that would make my sweet, conflict-avoiding husband proud. "Oh, good, you're up," Francesca said without turning around. "I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd help organise things properly. Did you know you had your everyday plates mixed with your entertaining ones?" I bit my tongue. Those plates were arranged by frequency of use, not arbitrary categories. but I was too emotionally drained from yesterday's goodbye to argue. "Thanks for trying to help," I managed. She turned then, fixing me with that practiced smile that never quite reached her eyes. "It's the least I can do, dear. After all, you're living off my son?" The words hit like a slap. I'd been working as a graphic designer for 5 years, contributing equally to our household. But before I could respond, Carmen burst through the front door with another suitcase. "Mum, Nicholas is parking the car. Where should he put his stuff?" I froze. "Nicholas is here too? Just for a few days," Carmen waved dismissively, already heading upstairs. "I'm taking the master suite. You don't need all that space while Jace is away." My head spun. When Francesca and Carmen had offered to help me through the transition, I'd assumed they meant dropping by occasionally. Not this. "I made coffee," Francesca announced, gesturing to my French press. "Though, really, a proper coffee maker would be more practical. We should go shopping later." The front door opened again. Nicholas appeared, grinning his usual charming grin. "Hey, sis-in-law, hope you don't mind me crashing here. Mum said you were cool with it." I forced a smile, mentally counting the occupied bedrooms. "I'll just grab some coffee." "Oh, I used the last of your beans," Francesca said. "We'll need to get the brand I prefer. This artisanal stuff is really just overpriced." My phone buzzed. A text from Riley. "How are you holding up?" I typed back quickly. "They're here? All of them? Help?" "What do you mean, all of them? I thought it was just your meal stopping by?" Before I could respond, Carmen's voice echoed from upstairs. "Annika, where do you keep your extra towels? And the good sheets? These aren't high enough thread count." I closed my eyes, counting to 10. When I opened them, Francesca was studying me with that same artificial smile. "You know, dear, it's probably best if I handle the household management while we're here. You seem overwhelmed. It's understandable. You're young and Jace always did spoil you." My phone buzzed again. "Riley, want me to come over?" "Not yet," I typed, "but stay on standby." Nicholas had sprawled across my couch, feet up on the coffee table Jace and I had picked out together. "Hey, Annika, got any beer?" "It's 9 a.m, I said. "It's 5 o'clock somewhere," Carmen called from upstairs. "Oh my God, Mum, wait till you see her closet organisation. We need to fix this immediately." The sound of my closet doors opening sent me rushing upstairs, but Carmen had already started pulling out my carefully arranged clothes. "This is not how you organise by season," she declared. "Here, let me show you." I stood in my own bedroom doorway, watching as my life was systematically dismantled. My phone buzzed one more time. "Riley, this isn't normal. You know that, right?" I did know. But as I watched Francesca appear behind me with a box of more appropriate kitchen supplies, as Nicholas channel surfed loudly downstairs, as Carmen continued critiquing my chaotic closet, I felt powerless to stop it. "We're family," Francesca said, patting my cheek, "and family takes care of each other. Now, why don't you start on lunch? There are 7 of us to feed. Gianna's arriving this afternoon." "Gianna?" I asked weakly. "Your cousin-in-law? Really, Annika, you should make more effort to know the family. She'll take the small bedroom. You can move your office things to the basement." I gripped my phone like a lifeline, Riley's words echoing. This isn't normal. But as I headed to the kitchen, my beautiful, now reorganised kitchen, I had no idea just how abnormal things would become, or how thoroughly I would eventually make them pay for every single moment of this invasion. 2 weeks into the invasion, I was folding my 7th load of laundry when I heard Francesca's voice drift up from downstairs. I'd developed a habit of listening. Survival instinct, maybe. "She's so naive," Francesca was saying, "living off Jace's salary, playing at being a designer. Once we get the power of attorney, we'll be set. She won't stand in our way." My hands froze mid-fold. Power of attorney? I crept closer to the stairs. But what if Jace objects? That was Carmen's voice. He's always been protective of her. He's overseas for at least 8 months, Francesca replied. By then, everything will be in place. Nicholas is already talking to the lawyers. I backed away silently, heart pounding. My phone was in my hand before I reached my bedroom. Riley, can you come over? Now? On my way. What happened? 20 minutes later, we sat in my car in the driveway, the only private space I had left. I played her the recording I'd managed to capture on my phone. Holy shit, Riley whispered. They're trying to take control of everything while Jace is deployed? Can they even do that? I don't know. I pressed my forehead against the steering wheel. But that's not even the worst part. Listen to this. I pulled out my journal, a small notebook I'd started keeping hidden in my desk at work. Monday, Gianna borrowed my laptop without asking, claimed she needed to check email. Tuesday, found Carmen going through our filing cabinet. Wednesday, Nicholas asked detailed questions about our banking setup. This isn't random, Riley interrupted. They're gathering information. A knock on the car window made us both jump. Francesca stood there, smiling that artificial smile. Annika, dear, are you planning to start dinner soon? There are 7 people to feed, you know. I rolled down the window. I have work to finish first. Work? She laughed lightly. Oh, your little computer projects. Sweetie, family comes first. We're only trying to help you manage things properly while Jace is away. Riley shifted beside me. Actually, Francesca, we were just heading out. Annika promised to help me with something. But dinner. There's plenty of food in the fridge, I said, starting the car. I'm sure you can manage. As we pulled away, I caught Francesca's expression in the rearview mirror. The smile was gone. At Riley's apartment, I finally broke down. They treat me like their personal maid. Yesterday, Carmen told me I was loading the dishwasher wrong. The dishwasher! In my own house! Have you told Jace? I've tried, but communications are limited, and every time I start to explain, something conveniently interrupts the call. I pulled out my phone, showing her the text thread with my husband. See? 3 dropped calls this week. Riley's eyes narrowed. Who handles the phone bills? Francesca offered to help with that last week. The realization hit me. You don't think... Check your call log against your actual bill, Riley suggested. I bet some calls aren't dropping by accident. That night, I returned home to find Nicholas had invited friends over. The living room was a mess of beer bottles and pizza boxes. Hey, sis, he called out. Hope you don't mind. The guys needed a place to watch the game. I walked straight past them to the kitchen, where Francesca was making tea. Oh, good. You're back, she said. The dishes need doing, and Carmen mentioned her laundry needs attention. Something in me snapped. I'm not your housekeeper. Excuse me? You heard me? I turned to face her fully. This is my house. My name is on the lease. If you want to stay here, you can start pulling your own weight. Francesca's face hardened for just a moment before smoothing back into that practiced smile. My, such ingratitude after all we've done to help you. I wonder what Jace would think about this attitude. Why don't you ask him? I challenged. Next time you're not conveniently disconnecting our calls. Her teacup clattered against the saucer. I don't know what you're implying. Don't you? I headed for the stairs, then paused. Oh, and Francesca, Carmen can do her own laundry from now on. I'm done. Later that night, as I lay in bed, documenting everything in my journal, my phone lit up with a text from an unknown number. Hey, stranger, heard about Jace's deployment. Want to grab coffee and catch up? Daniel. My ex's timing couldn't have been more suspicious. I showed the text to Riley. "They're getting desperate," she texted back. "Be careful, but also keep pushing back. You're stronger than they think." She was right. I was done being the perfect, accommodating daughter-in-law. It was time to start fighting back. The grocery bag slipped from my hands as I stood frozen in my bedroom doorway. Everything, absolutely everything, had been rearranged. The photos of Jace and me from our wedding were gone, replaced with generic landscape prints. His military medals, which had hung proudly on our wall, had vanished. "We thought the room needed refreshing," Carmen announced from behind me. "Those medals were collecting dust, so we packed them away for safekeeping." I spun around. "Where are they?" "Oh, somewhere safe," she waved dismissively. "Really, Annika, you're being dramatic. We're just trying to make the space more neutral." "Neutral?" My voice cracked. This is my bedroom." Now. Francesca appeared in the hallway. "We discussed this while you were out. The military memorabilia was making Gianna anxious, and those wedding photos were a bit much. Don't you think it's healthier to focus on moving forward?" I pushed past them and ran downstairs, checking every room. The living room had been rearranged too. The blanket Jace's grandmother had knitted for us was gone, replaced by some modern throw I'd never seen before. "Looking for something?" Nicholas asked from the couch, not looking up from his phone. "Where are the medals?" I demanded. "And our photos?" "Mum packed them up, said they're safer in storage." He shrugged. "Probably for the best. Place looks classier now." I was halfway to my car when Valerie, Jace's aunt, caught my arm. She'd been so quiet since arriving last week, I sometimes forgot she was there. "Wait," she said softly, glancing around to make sure we were alone. "I shouldn't say this, but Jace knew they might try something like this. Did he ever show you the paperwork?" I stared at her. "What paperwork?" "Before he left." She lowered her voice further. "He came to me for advice. About protecting you. About the house." My heart skipped. "What about the house?" "I've said too much already. But check your safe. The one in your closet? Jace mentioned it once." She squeezed my arm. "And Annika? Don't let them see you looking." I waited until 2 a.m. when the house was finally quiet. The safe was still there, hidden behind my winter coats. The one place they hadn't reorganized yet. My hand shook as I entered the combination. Inside, beneath our passports and birth certificates, was a folder I'd never noticed before. The deed to our house. I pulled it out, reading by phone light. My name. Only my name. Sole owner. The paper trembled in my hands. Jace had transferred the house to me before leaving. He'd known exactly what his family might try. My phone buzzed, a text from Carmen. "Mum says breakfast is at 7. She needs you to pick up more groceries first." I didn't respond. Instead, I took photos of every page of the deed, then carefully returned everything exactly as I'd found it. Sleep was impossible now. I sat by the window, watching the sun rise, my mind racing with possibilities. At 6:45 a.m, I walked into the kitchen, where Francesca was already holding court. "There you are. We need eggs, and Carmen wants those special bagels from—" "No." The word came out calm, steady. Francesca blinked. "Excuse me?" I said no. "I'm not going shopping, I'm not cooking breakfast, and I want Jace's medals back. Now." "Don't be ridiculous," she scoffed. "You're acting like this is your house to—" "It is my house." I met her gaze directly. "And I want the medals back by noon." Carmen appeared in the doorway. "Mum, are you hearing this? She's becoming unhinged." "I think," Francesca said slowly, "we need to have a serious discussion about your attitude. Perhaps it's time we called Jace's commanding officer about arranging that power of attorney. Clearly, you're not coping well." I smiled then, the first real smile in weeks. "Go ahead, make that call. I'm sure they'd be very interested in hearing about how you're trying to seize control of property that isn't yours. Property that isn't? Francesca stopped short. Something in my expression must have registered. What do you mean? Noon, I repeated. The medals. And everything else you packed away. Or we can have a very different kind of conversation. I walked out, leaving them staring after me. My phone buzzed again. Riley this time. Still on for coffee? Yes, I typed back. And Riley, bring your lawyer friend. I have some questions about eviction notices. The game was changing. They'd thought they were playing chess, carefully positioning their pieces, but they'd never bothered to check who actually owned the board. So, let me get this straight, Riley's lawyer friend, Marcus, said as he reviewed the deed over coffee. Your husband transferred full ownership to you before deployment, and they have no idea? None. I sipped my latte. And now they're trying to get power of attorney while he's away, which would be meaningless regarding the house, Marcus smiled, because it's not his to control anymore. It's yours, free and clear. Riley leaned forward. So she can evict them? With proper notice? Absolutely. He pulled out his phone. I can draft the papers today. Back home, I found my bedroom door locked. Carmen was waiting in the hallway. Mum thought you needed time to cool off, she said. Your behaviour this morning was completely inappropriate. I pulled out my new keyring. I'd had the locks changed on my bedroom door that morning. Move. Excuse me? The lock clicked open. Inside, they'd been busy. More photos gone, my desk cleared off, even my laptop missing. Where's my computer? I kept my voice level. Mum's keeping it safe until you're more stable. Carmen crossed her arms. We're worried about you, Annika. The emails you've been sending Jace, the way you're acting. What emails? The ones where you complain about us. Mum found them in your drafts folder. She shook her head. So ungrateful. My blood boiled, but I maintained my calm. Get out of my room. This attitude. Get out. Something in my tone made her step back. I closed the door in her face and locked it. My phone lit up with a text from Daniel. No response about coffee. Come on, we should talk. Lots has changed. I blocked his number. That evening, I didn't cook dinner. The family gathered in the kitchen, waiting expectantly, but I stayed in my room working. Around 7 p.m, Francesca knocked. Annika, everyone's hungry. There's takeout menus in the drawer, I called back. This is childish, she snapped. I'd open this door immediately. I did. She stepped back, surprised. My laptop, I said, now. I'm doing this for your own good. You're clearly not thinking straight. Fine, I pulled out my phone. I'll just call the police and report it stolen. You wouldn't dare. Try me. 20 minutes later, my laptop was back. I immediately changed all my passwords and enabled two-factor authentication. The next morning, I got confirmation from my lawyer. The eviction papers were ready, but I wasn't done gathering evidence yet. I started small. Refused to do their laundry, locked up the good coffee, took down their family photos from my living room walls. Each act of defiance was met with increasing hostility. Mum, I heard Carmen say one evening, she's getting worse. We need to act fast. Nicholas is working on it, Francesca replied. The power of attorney paperwork just needs one more signature. I recorded everything on my phone. That night, another text came from an unknown number. Hey, it's Daniel. Got a new phone. We really need to talk about Jace's family. I have information you should know. I forwarded it to Riley. They're getting desperate, using my ex now. Holy shit, she replied. How did they even find him? Probably when they went through my laptop. Old emails. The next morning, I found Francesca in my home office, rifling through documents. Looking for something? I asked from the doorway. She jumped. just organizing. These papers were a mess. Like how you organized my emails, my photos, my entire life. Everything we've done has been for your own good, she said smoothly. You're young, inexperienced. Someone needs to manage things properly while Jace is away. And that someone should be his mother? Naturally, she smiled that artificial smile. After all, who knows better than family? I pulled out my phone and played the recording of her discussing power of attorney. The smile vanished. You've been spying on us? No, I said calmly. I've been protecting myself, in my own home. This is Jace's home. Check the deed. She froze. What? Check the deed. I turned to leave, then paused. Oh, and, Francesca, I want everyone's laundry out of my machine in an hour. I'm not your maid anymore. My phone buzzed. An email from my lawyer. Eviction notice ready for your signature. How soon do you want to proceed? I looked back at Francesca, still standing shocked in my office, and typed, Let's do it. Time to take out the trash. The war was entering its final phase. They just didn't know it yet. The smell of roasting garlic filled the kitchen as I prepared what I decided would be my final performance as the family cook. Carmen's birthday dinner, a perfect stage for what was coming. Everything smells wonderful, Valerie said quietly, helping me chop vegetables. But why are you doing this for them? Because, I whispered back, I want them to remember this night. Francesca swept in, rearranging my table settings. Annika, dear, you've put the water glasses on the wrong side again, and Carmen should sit at the head of the table. It's her birthday. I kept stirring the sauce. The head of the table is for the host, in their own home. Before she could respond, the doorbell rang. Nicholas's voice boomed through the house. The party has arrived. More relatives poured in. Aunts, uncles, cousins I'd never met. Francesca had invited them all without telling me. I watched them claim my space, rearrange my furniture, help themselves to my wine cellar. My phone buzzed. Riley. Thought you'd want to see this. She'd forwarded an email. From Francesca to a real estate agent. Regarding the property on Oak Street, please proceed with listing preparations as discussed. We'll handle the current occupant situation shortly. My hand shook as I plated the food. They weren't just planning to control the house. They were planning to sell it. Everyone, please be seated, Francesca announced. Carmen, darling, take your place at the head. That's my seat, I said, loud enough for everyone to hear. The room went quiet. Don't be ridiculous, Carmen scoffed. It's my birthday. And this is my house. I sat down firmly at the head of the table. Enjoy your dinner. The tension was delicious, better than the pasta. So, Nicholas said through a mouthful of food, Mum, about that basement apartment idea. I've got a buddy who's interested in renting. I set down my fork. What basement apartment? Oh, Francesca waved dismissively. We've been discussing converting the basement. It's wasted space, really, and the extra income would be helpful for the family. The family? I repeated. Well, yes. Since we're all living here now, we should contribute to the household expenses. She smiled that practiced smile. Nicholas has already started getting quotes for the renovation. Without asking me? Carmen rolled her eyes. Why would we need to ask? This is family property. Is it? I pulled out my phone, opened the forwarded email. Like how it's family property you're planning to sell? The colour drained from Francesca's face. I don't know what you're talking about, she stammered. Really? Should I read the email out loud? The one you sent to the realtor? Silence fell over the table. Valerie caught my eye and gave a slight nod. Maybe, I continued, we should discuss the power of attorney paperwork you've been working on too, or the way you've been intercepting my calls with Jace. That's enough, Francesca stood up. You ungrateful little... No, I cut her off. You've had your turn. Months of it. Now it's mine. I looked around the table. Did any of you know they were planning to sell this house? That they've been trying to seize control of everything while my husband serves overseas? Annika, Nicholas tried his charming smile, you're misunderstanding. Am I? Tell them about the basement apartment you've already promised to your friend. Tell them about the realtor appointments you've been scheduling. Carmen slammed her hand on the table. You're ruining my birthday! You ruined my home. I stood up. But that's ending now. My phone buzzed again. Riley. Papers are ready. Want me to come over? Not yet, I typed back. Let them enjoy their last dinner here first. This is outrageous, Francesca sputtered. When Jace hears about this. When Jace hears about what? I asked sweetly. The unauthorized renovations? The attempts to sell his home? Or how about the way you've treated his wife? The other relatives began shifting uncomfortably. Some made excuses and left. Others just watched, wide-eyed as the perfect family facade cracked. I think, I said, standing up, this dinner is over. And tomorrow, we're going to have a very different kind of family meeting. I left them sitting there, surrounded by half-eaten food and shattered pretenses. In my bedroom, I pulled out the eviction notices from my desk. My phone lit up one last time. Another unknown number. Annika, it's Daniel. Francesca asked me to talk to you. Said you're having a hard time. I screenshot the message and added it to my evidence folder. They really were getting desperate. Tomorrow, they'd learn exactly how desperate they should be. Because while they'd been playing house, I'd been building a case. And now? Now it was time for the grand finale. I fell asleep to the sound of them arguing downstairs, knowing it would be one of their last nights under my roof. The locksmith arrived at 7 a.m. while the family was still sleeping. I'd spent the previous day meticulously packing their belongings. Every designer bag, every piece of jewellery, every scrap of clothing they'd scattered throughout my house. Each suitcase sat ready on the wraparound porch, tagged with names. All exterior locks? The locksmith asked quietly. Every single one, I confirmed, and I want you to disable the garage door opener. Riley arrived as he finished up, carrying a stack of papers. Everything's ready? You sure about this? Watch, I said, pulling out my phone and dialing. Hello, police non-emergency? Yes, I'd like to request an officer present for serving eviction notices, just in case. By 9 a.m. the house was stirring. I heard Carmen first, her shriek echoing through the halls. My clothes! Where are my clothes? Francesca's door flew open. What's going on? Annika! I sat calmly at the dining room table, copies of the deed and eviction notices spread before me. Riley stood behind my chair, arms crossed. Good morning, I said. Please, sit down. We need to talk. What have you done with our things? Carmen stormed in, still in her pajamas. They're outside, packed and ready to go. Nicholas appeared next, looking hungover. The garage door won't open. That's because I had it disabled. I gestured to the chairs. Sit, all of you. This is ridiculous, Francesca began, but I cut her off. No, what's ridiculous is trying to steal someone's home while their husband serves overseas. What's ridiculous is going through my private emails, intercepting my calls, and contacting my ex-boyfriend to manipulate me. I pushed the first document forward. What's ridiculous is trying to get power of attorney over property that isn't yours to control. Francesca lunged for the papers. I pulled them back smoothly. Touch me or these documents again, I said quietly, and I'll have you arrested for assault. The police are already on their way. Police? Nicholas straightened. Come on, sis. Let's not get crazy here. Crazy? I laughed. Like planning to sell my house without my knowledge. Like setting up rental agreements for my basement. Your house? Carmen scoffed. This is Jace's. I slid the deed across the table. Read it, carefully, Note the date, 2 days before deployment. Note the name, only my name. The colour drained from Francesca's face as she read, "This can't be legal." "Oh, but it is. My lawyer confirmed it. Twice." I pulled out the eviction notices. "Just like these are legal, you have 72 hours to vacate the premises." "You can't do this to family," Francesca whispered. "Family?" I stood up slowly. "Family doesn't try to steal from each other. Family doesn't gaslight and manipulate and abuse. You're not family. You're parasites." A police car pulled up outside. Carmen ran to the window. "You actually called them?" Her voice cracked. "I did. And if you check your phones, you'll see I've documented everything. Every conversation about selling my house, every email to realtors, every attempt to seize control." I smiled. "I even recorded you discussing the power of attorney scheme. Would you like to hear it?" Nicholas started backing toward the stairs. "I'll just get my things. They're on the porch, everything's packed. I even colour-coded the tags." "This isn't over," Francesca hissed. "Actually, it is. You have 3 choices. 1, leave now, quietly. 2, be escorted out by the police. 3, be arrested for trespassing and face charges for attempted property fraud." The doorbell rang. Riley went to answer it. "You'll regret this," Carmen spat. "When Jace finds out." "Jace knows." I pulled out my phone, showed them the email from his military lawyer, confirming receipt of all my evidence. "He's known what you're capable of for years. Why do you think he transferred the house to me?" The police officer entered, nodding professionally. "Everything okay here?" "We were just leaving," Francesca said stiffly. "Your belongings are on the porch," I repeated. "The locks have been changed. Don't come back." One by one, they filed out. I watched through the window as they gathered their suitcases, as the officer supervised their departure, as their cars finally pulled away. Riley squeezed my shoulder. "You okay?" I looked around my house. My quiet, peaceful house. The house Jace had trusted me to protect. "I will be." "Want me to stay?" "No." I smiled. "I want to enjoy my first night alone in my own home." After Riley left, I walked through each room, reclaiming my space. In the kitchen, I found Francesca's precious coffee maker still on the counter. I picked it up, carried it to the trash, and let it drop with a satisfying crash. Then, I made myself a perfect cup of French press coffee and sat in peaceful silence. Finally, wonderfully alone. They didn't go quietly. Of course they didn't. At exactly 6 a.m. on day 2 of the eviction notice, Francesca arrived with a lawyer. I watched through the security cameras Riley had helped me install as they pounded on my front door. "We can do this one of 2 ways," her lawyer called out. "Either you open the door or we'll file for an emergency injunction." I opened the door, but kept the security chain in place. "Everything must go through my lawyer. You have his number." "Annika, please." Francesca's voice cracked with practiced emotion. "We're family. We can work this out." "Like you worked out selling my house?" I held up my phone, recording. "Or should we discuss the power of attorney papers you were preparing?" Her lawyer shifted uncomfortably. "Mrs. Hunter, perhaps we should—" "Show him," I interrupted. "Show your lawyer the emails about selling the property. Show him the recorded conversations about seizing control while my husband's deployed. I have copies of everything." The lawyer turned to Francesca. "You didn't mention any of this." "She's lying," Francesca hissed. "She manipulated Jace, turned him against us." "I have proof of everything," I said calmly. "Would you like to see it?" Before they could respond, 2 more cars screeched into my driveway. Carmen burst out of one, Nicholas from the other. "Mum," Carmen shouted, "she's changed the Wi-Fi password." I couldn't help but laugh. "That's your emergency, the Wi-Fi." "My gaming accounts were logged in," Nicholas yelled. I lost all my progress." "Not my problem," I started to close the door, but Francesca's hand shot through the gap. "You ungrateful little witch," she snarled, mask finally slipping. "After everything we've done for you." "Done for me?" I pushed the door against her hand. "You mean like going through my private emails? Intercepting my calls with Jace? Trying to steal my home?" "It's not your home," Carmen screamed. "It's Jace's." "Actually," a new voice said, "it's legally hers." We all turned. Marcus, my lawyer, stood at the bottom of the porch steps, briefcase in hand. Riley stood beside him, phone raised, recording everything. "I have copies of the deed," Marcus continued, "properly filed and registered before Mr. Hunter's deployment. I also have documentation of multiple attempts by Mrs. Hunter Sr. to illegally seize control of the property." He turned to Francesca's lawyer. "Would you like to see the evidence of attempted fraud?" Francesca's lawyer backed away. "I think I need to review some things with my client." "You have," I called after him, "exactly 24 hours left on the eviction notice. After that, it becomes criminal trespassing." "You can't do this," Carmen was crying now. "Where are we supposed to go?" "Not my problem," I repeated. "Just like my housework wasn't your problem. My cooking wasn't your problem. My marriage wasn't your problem." Nicholas tried his charming smile. "Come on, sis, we can work something out. Maybe a rental agreement?" "No," I met his eyes, "and I'm not your sis." "This will destroy Jace," Francesca played her last card, "when he sees how you've treated his family." My phone buzzed. Perfect timing. I held it up, showing them the email that had just arrived. From Jace subject. "I knew you'd take care of them." "Want me to read it out loud?" I offered. Francesca lunged forward, trying to grab my phone. The security chain snapped tight. "Assault," Marcus called out. "That's assault on camera. Should I call the police?" "You have 24 hours, I said, closing the door firmly. "Use them wisely." Through the security cameras, I watched them leave. Francesca practically dragged by her lawyer. Carmen crying dramatically, Nicholas trying to sweet-talk Riley, who gave him the finger. "Well," Marcus said, reviewing the footage, "that'll make excellent evidence if they try anything else." "They will," Riley predicted. "You know they will." She was right. Over the next 24 hours, they tried everything. Fake medical emergencies, threats of legal action, flying monkeys in the form of distant relatives calling to guilt-trip me. I blocked every number, saved every message, documented every attempt. When the final hour approached, I had the police waiting. They arrived with nothing but their personal belongings. Everything else was still in the suitcases I'd packed. "This isn't over," Francesca said as the police escorted her to her car. "Actually," I smiled, "it is. And, Francesca, the next time you try to steal from a military family, remember this moment." I watched their cars disappear down the street. Riley handed me a glass of wine. "To Karma," she said. "To Karma," I agreed. My phone buzzed one last time. Another email from Jace. "Proud of you, babe. Give them hell. I love you." I looked around my peaceful, quiet house. "Don't worry," I whispered. "I already did." The sound of boots on the front porch made my heart stop. I'd been repainting the living room, erasing every trace of Francesca's improvements, when I heard that familiar stride. I dropped the paint roller and ran. Jace stood in the doorway, duffel bag at his feet, 3 weeks earlier than expected. His eyes swept the house, taking in the changes, before landing on me. "Surprise," he said softly. We crashed into each other. He smelled like aircraft fuel and desert wind, and I couldn't stop touching his face, making sure he was real. "You're early," I managed. "Mission parameters changed." He looked around again. "So did things here, I see." I stepped back, suddenly uncertain. "Jace, about your family, Stop. He took my hands. I got every email, every video, every scrap of evidence you sent my lawyer. You did exactly what I hoped you would. You're not angry? He laughed. Angry? Babe, I'm impressed. You did what I never could. You stood up to them. Finally showed them there are consequences. My phone buzzed. Speaking of consequences. Your mother's been trying to reach you, I said. She's called 30 times since I told her you were coming home. I know. She's been blowing up my phone too. He pulled out his cell, showed me the missed calls. She wants to explain her side before you poison me against them. And nothing. I blocked her number. He walked into the living room, nodding at the fresh paint. Green. I like it. Jace! I followed him. They're your family. No. He turned, face serious. You're my family. They're just people who share my DNA and think that gives them the right to take whatever they want. A car door slammed outside. Through the window, I saw Francesca marching up our walkway. Right on cue, Jace muttered. The doorbell rang. Then again, and again. Jace! Francesca's voice carried through the door. Sweetheart, please, let me explain. He looked at me. Together? I nodded. We opened the door. Francesca burst into tears at the sight of her son. Oh, baby, she reached for him. Thank God you're home. The things she's done. You mean protecting our home? Jace stepped back from her reach. Or exposing your attempts to steal it. That's not... We were trying to help. By selling our house, I asked. By trying to get power of attorney. You don't understand, she pleaded. We only wanted control, Jace finished, like always. But here's what you need to understand, Mom. I knew what you'd try. I knew you'd see my deployment as an opportunity. That's why I signed the house over to Annika. Francesca's face hardened. She manipulated you. No, he cut her off. You tried to manipulate her, like you've manipulated everyone your whole life. But it didn't work this time, did it? We're your family. Not anymore. Jace's voice was quiet but firm. You lost that right when you tried to steal from my wife, when you tried to use my service against my family. Jace, please. Goodbye, Mum. He started to close the door. Wait! She pulled out an envelope. I have proof. Emails between them. Annika and her ex-boyfriend Daniel. They were plotting... You mean the ex-boyfriend you contacted? I laughed. Check the timestamps on those emails. Check who reached out first. Better yet, check his police statement about how you offered him money to cause problems in my marriage. Francesca stumbled back. How did you... Daniel has more integrity than you, I said. He showed me everything. That evidence is with our lawyer too. Jace closed the door in his mother's face. We listened to her cry, plead, and finally leave. You okay? I asked him. He pulled me close. Better than okay. I'm proud of you, and I'm home. That night, as we lay in bed, my phone lit up with a message from an unknown number. I showed it to Jace. This is Carmen. Mum's a mess. This is all your fault. Hope you're happy. Jace took my phone, typed, "We are," then blocked the number. They'll keep trying, I said. Let them. He kissed my forehead. We've got security cameras, lawyers, and each other. They can't hurt us anymore. I snuggled closer. The house feels different now. Peaceful. Because it's ours again. Just ours. My phone buzzed one last time. Riley. Wine and celebration dinner tomorrow? Now that your warrior's home? I smiled, typing back. Yes. At our house. Our peaceful, drama-free house. Jace read over my shoulder. Drama-free sounds perfect. And it was. Finally, wonderfully, it was.
The first sign something was wrong came in the form of hushed voices from behind the study door. I wouldn't have noticed them at all if I hadn't been walking past with fresh flowers for the foyer, a Tuesday ritual I'd maintained since moving into Clayton Estate 5 years ago. My name is Freya, and until 6 months ago, I was living what I thought was a charmed life with my husband Emmett. Now I'm alone in this sprawling mansion, maintaining appearances while he's off finding himself with his yoga instructor in Bali. I paused outside the heavy oak door, my hand still gripping the crystal vase. The voices grew clearer. "She has to go, Wade. I won't have her here anymore, sullying our family name." My mother-in-law Mallory's voice dripped with contempt. "Draft the eviction papers immediately." The family lawyer's response was measured. "Mrs. Clayton, I must advise against hasty actions. Freya has contributed significantly to—" "I don't care what she's contributed. This is Clayton property, and she's no longer a Clayton, as far as I'm concerned." My fingers tightened around the vase. The orchids trembled slightly, dropping a single petal to the polished hardwood floor. "Actually," Wade continued, "her name is still on several legal documents. And let's not forget the substantial loan she's provided to—" "Enough!" Mallory's sharp tone cut through the air. "I want her gone by the end of the month. Make it happen." I backed away from the door, my heart pounding. 5 years of paying their debts, managing their properties, and keeping their precious family estate afloat. And this was my reward. The front door opened, and Faith, my sister-in-law, walked in. Her eyes widened when she saw my face. "Freya, what's wrong?" I pulled her into the nearby sitting room, setting down the vase before my shaking hands could drop it. "Your mother is trying to evict me." "What? She can't do that." Faith's voice rose in pitch. "Shh." I pressed a finger to my lips. "She's in the study with Wade right now, plotting my removal like I'm some kind of pest infestation." Faith grabbed my hands. "Listen to me. You've done more for this family than anyone. The loans you provided saved us from bankruptcy after Dad died. She's just—" "A manipulative witch," I supplied. A ghost of a smile crossed Faith's face. "I was going to say struggling with changes, but your description works too." The study door opened, and we both froze. Wade's footsteps echoed down the hallway, followed by Mallory's lighter tread. "Faith, is that you, darling?" Mallory called out. Faith squeezed my hands before responding. "Yes, Mother. Just catching up with Freya." The temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees as Mallory appeared in the doorway. Her steel-grey hair was perfectly coiffed, her pearl necklace gleaming. "Freya, dear, I didn't realize you were here." I met her gaze steadily. "I live here, Mallory, at least for now." Her smile didn't reach her eyes. "Yes, well, about that. We should talk soon. Family matters to discuss." "Of course," I replied, my voice honey-sweet. "Should we discuss the Hamilton property loans? Or perhaps the art collection that mysteriously disappeared last spring?" Mallory's face paled slightly before she recovered. "I'm sure I don't know what you mean." "Faith, come along. We have that charity luncheon to attend." After they left, I sat alone in the sitting room, staring at the orchids I'd arranged so carefully. My phone buzzed. A text from Alan, my oldest friend, and the only person outside the family who knew the true extent of the Claytons' financial dealings. "Lunch tomorrow," his message read. "Got some interesting info about the foundation accounts." I typed back quickly. "Definitely. Need to talk. Mallory's making her move." Standing up, I walked to the antique desk in the corner and pulled out a leather-bound ledger, one of many I'd been keeping since I first noticed discrepancies in the family accounts. Mallory wanted me gone. Fine. But she'd forgotten one crucial detail. I knew where all the bodies were buried, and I had the receipts to prove it. The game was on, and I hadn't survived 5 years in this family by playing nice. I opened my laptop and began compiling files, a plan already forming in my mind. If Mallory wanted war, I'd give her one she'd never forget. The grandfather clock in the hall chimed 4 times, its deep resonance echoing through the empty house. I had 2 weeks until the end of the month, 2 weeks to ensure my survival in a family that had forgotten the meaning of loyalty. Game on, Mallory, game on. Alan was already waiting at our usual corner table in Cafe Rustica when I arrived the next day. His laptop was open, and he had that focused look I knew too well from our college days. "You look like hell," he said as I slid into the seat across from him. "Thanks. That's exactly what every woman wants to hear." I ordered a double espresso when the waitress came by. "Tell me you found something good." He turned his laptop toward me. "Remember those charitable donations Mallory's been making? I traced them. They're going to offshore accounts in the Cayman Islands." "Show me." We spent the next hour going through financial records, tracking suspicious transactions, and building what looked increasingly like a solid case of embezzlement. My coffee grew cold, forgotten. "This is good," I said, "but I need more. Something concrete that—" My phone buzzed. Emmett's face flashed on the screen. I hadn't heard from my husband in weeks. "Aren't you going to answer that?" Alan asked. I let it ring. "He's probably calling about the eviction. Mallory must have told him." The phone buzzed again, this time with a text. "We need to talk. I'm at the estate." "Shit." I gathered my things. "He's at the house. I have to go." Alan caught my arm as I stood. "Be careful, Freya. Remember, you hold more cards than they think." I found Emmett in the garden, sitting on the bench where we'd shared our first kiss 6 years ago. He looked tanned from his Bali adventure, but his eyes were troubled. "Mother told me what's happening," he said without preamble. "Did she tell you she's trying to throw me out of my home?" I kept my distance, standing with my arms crossed. "It's not your home, Freya. It's the family estate." "Really? And who paid off the mortgage when your father's debts came due? Who's been managing the properties, keeping this place afloat while you're off finding yourself?" He had the decency to look uncomfortable. "That's not fair." "Fair?" I laughed, the sound harsh even to my own ears. "Let's talk about fair, Emmett. Let's talk about how your mother has been siphoning money from the family foundation. Let's talk about the art collection she sold without documentation." "Those are serious accusations," he said, standing up. "Do you have proof?" I pulled out my phone and showed him some of the documents Alan and I had compiled. His face grew increasingly pale as he scrolled through them. "Mother wouldn't. She couldn't." "She did. And I have more. Much more." Faith appeared at the garden door. "I thought I heard voices." She looked between us. "Everything okay?" "Your brother's just learning some family history," I said. "Freya, please," Emmett said. "We can work something out." "The family name." "The family name?" I cut him off. "The only reason your precious family name isn't mud is because I've been covering up your mother's tracks for years. Out of loyalty, out of love." I turned to Faith. "Show him the Hamilton property papers." Faith hesitated, then pulled an envelope from her jacket. "I found these in Mother's study last week." She handed them to Emmett. "The loan documents Freya's talking about, with her signature, and Mother's creative bookkeeping." Emmett's hands shook as he read. "This can't be right. The numbers are exactly right," I finished. "Your mother borrowed against my personal assets without my knowledge, used the money to cover her gambling debts. Did you really think all those charity galas were legitimate?" He sank back onto the bench. "What do you want?" "I want to stay in my home. I want your mother to back off. And I want a seat on the foundation board." "Mother will never agree to that. Then I'll take everything I have to the authorities." I stepped closer, lowering my voice. "Think carefully, Emmett, about what that would mean for everyone. For you." Faith touched my arm. "I'll talk to Mother. Make her see reason." "You have until the end of the week," I said to Emmett. "After that, I stop protecting this family's secrets." I walked away, leaving them in the garden. My phone buzzed again, Alan checking in. I texted back quickly. "Phase 1 complete, they're rattled." His response came immediately. "Good. Don't let them see you sweat." I smiled grimly. They'd never see me sweat, but they would see me win. The war for Clayton Estate was just beginning, and I had years of ammunition ready to fire. The next morning, I was in the estate's library when Wade, the family lawyer, appeared in the doorway. His usual polished demeanor seemed slightly ruffled. "Freya, do you have a moment?" I gestured to the chair across from me. "Of course, Wade. Though I'm surprised you're here. I thought Mallory had you busy drafting eviction papers." He sat down heavily, loosening his tie. "About that, some concerning documents crossed my desk this morning. Documents suggesting irregular financial activities within the foundation." "Really?" I kept my voice neutral while pulling a file from my bag. "Documents like these?" His eyes widened as he scanned the papers. "Where did you get these?" "Let's just say I've been paying attention, very close attention." I leaned forward. "Tell me, Wade, did you know about the Hamilton property when you helped Mallory set up those offshore accounts?" He tugged at his collar. "My involvement was strictly professional." "Of course it was. Just like your involvement in the art collection sale was strictly professional." I slid another document across the table. "Though I notice your signature is conspicuously absent from these transfer papers." The door opened, and Victoria, my other sister-in-law, walked in. She stopped short when she saw us. "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt." "Actually, your timing is perfect," I said. Wade was just about to explain some interesting financial decisions. Victoria's eyes narrowed. She'd always been the most business-savvy of the family. "What kind of decisions?" Wade stood up abruptly. "I should go. This isn't—" "Sit down," Victoria commanded, closing the door behind her. "I want to hear this." Over the next hour, I laid out everything. The missing art, the fake charitable donations, the property loans. Victoria's expression grew darker with each revelation. "That explains the discrepancies I found in the Foundation's quarterly reports," she said finally. "I knew something was off, but Mother insisted I was mistaken." Wade cleared his throat. "These allegations are very serious." "They're not allegations," Victoria snapped. "They're facts. Facts that could destroy this family." She turned to me. "What's your play here, Freya?" "I want what's rightfully mine. And I want Mallory to face consequences for once in her life." The library door burst open. Faith rushed in, her face flushed. "Mother's called an emergency family meeting. Tomorrow night. Everyone has to attend." "How convenient," I said. "I assume this is about my eviction." "Actually," Faith said, "it's about the Foundation. She's announcing some changes to the board." Victoria laughed sharply. "Let me guess. She's removing the last few people who might question her authority." Wade stood up again, gathering his papers with trembling hands. "I should prepare some documents for the meeting." "Prepare whatever you want," I called after him as he hurried out. "But remember, I have copies of everything." After he left, Victoria sat in his vacated chair. "You've been planning this for a while, haven't you?" "Since the day Emmett left. I knew Mallory would try something eventually." I looked at both sisters-in-law. "The question is, where do you two stand?" Faith and Victoria exchanged glances. It was Victoria who spoke first. "I love my mother, but what she's done, it's criminal and stupid. She's risking everything our father built." "I found more documents," Faith added quietly. "In the study, records of gambling debts, loans from some very dangerous people. This goes deeper than we thought." My phone buzzed, a message from Alan. "Got the forensic accountant's report. It's worse than we suspected. Call me ASAP. "Tomorrow night," I said, standing up. "Everything comes out. Are you with me?" Victoria nodded firmly. "Someone needs to stop her, for the family's sake." Faith hesitated, then squared her shoulders. "For the family." As they left, I called Alan. "Tell me everything about that report." "You better sit down for this," he said. "Remember that charity in Monaco? Turns out it's not just a front for gambling debts. Mallory's been using it to launder money for some very unsavory characters." I sank back into my chair, staring at the family portrait hanging above the fireplace. Mallory stood front and center, her perfect smile hiding a web of lies that went back years. "Send me everything," I said. "Tomorrow night the truth comes out. All of it." "Be careful," Alan warned. "Cornered animals are the most dangerous." I ended the call and walked to the window, watching the sunset over the estate grounds. Tomorrow would change everything. I just hoped the family could survive the fallout. The evening of the family meeting arrived, with a storm brewing both outside and in. Thunder rolled as I entered the estate's main dining room, where Mallory had insisted we gather. The massive oak table that had witnessed countless family dinners now felt like a battlefield. Victoria was already there, typing furiously on her tablet. "The forensic accountant sent over the final numbers," she whispered as I sat down. "It's staggering." Faith slipped in next, followed by Wade, who couldn't quite meet my eyes. Emmett arrived last, looking uncomfortable in a suit that still carried creases from his suitcase. Mallory swept in like a queen entering her court, pearls gleaming in the chandelier light. "Thank you all for coming. We have important matters to discuss regarding the Foundation's future." "And my eviction," I interrupted, my voice carrying across the table. "That's a private matter," she said dismissively. "Nothing about this family is private anymore, Mallory." I placed a thick folder on the table. "Shall we discuss the Monaco transactions?" The colour drained from her face. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Mother," Victoria said, turning her tablet around. "These are the Foundation's real numbers. Care to explain the discrepancies?" Thunder crashed outside as Mallory's composure cracked. "You've been going through private documents?" "Someone had to," Faith said quietly. "The Foundation is bleeding money." "And not just to gambling debts," I added. "Though those are bad enough." Emmett leaned forward. "What gambling debts?" "Show them, Wade," I commanded. "Show them the papers you've been hiding." Wade's hands shook as he opened his briefcase. "Mrs. Mallory, I tried to warn you about the risks." "Don't you dare," Mallory hissed. "I pay you to protect this family's interests." "By helping you launder money?" Victoria's voice was ice cold. "By covering up theft?" Lightning flashed, illuminating the rage on Mallory's face. "Everything I did was for this family. To maintain our position, our legacy." "By stealing from me?" I stood up, planting my hands on the table. "By using my money to cover your tracks?" "You?" Mallory laughed bitterly. "You're nothing. An outsider who seduced my son. Enough." Emmett's shout silenced the room. "Mother, is it true? Did you steal from Freya?" "Of course not. I merely reallocated some resources. $3 million worth of resources," Victoria said, reading from her tablet. "Plus the art collection, the Hamilton property, and God knows what else." Faith pulled out the documents she'd found. "The gambling debts go back 5 years, Mother. Why didn't you tell us?" "Because she was too busy covering them up," I said. "Using Foundation money to pay off loan sharks, creating fake charities to hide the transactions. It's all here," Wade added, spreading papers across the table. "Every transaction, every cover-up." Mallory's face contorted. "You ungrateful little—" "Choose your next words carefully," I cut in. "Because right now, you have 2 options. Either you step down from the Foundation board voluntarily and cancel my eviction, or everything goes to the authorities." "You wouldn't dare." I pulled out my phone. "Try me. I have the district attorney on speed dial." "Mother," Emmett said softly, "what have you done?" Mallory's shoulders sagged, her carefully maintained facade crumbling. "I was protecting our way of life, the estate, the family name." "By committing fraud?" Victoria stood up. "By risking everything Father built?" "I move that we vote on new Foundation leadership," Faith said firmly. "Right now." "I second that," Victoria added. Mallory looked around the table, finding no allies. Even Wade avoided her gaze. "Fine," she spat. "Vote. But remember who made this family what it is." "Oh, we remember," I said, pulling out one final document. "That's why I've already drafted the new board structure, with me as chair." The storm outside reached its peak as Mallory realized she'd lost. Her perfect world was crumbling, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. "Sign," I said, sliding the paper toward her, "or I make the call." Her signature was shaky but legible. As soon as she finished, she stood and walked out, her heels clicking on the hardwood floor. The silence that followed was broken only by the fading thunder. What happens now? Emmett asked. I gathered the documents, my hands steady. Now we clean up her mess. Together, as a family. The storm was passing, but its effects would be felt for a long time to come. I'd won the battle, but the war for the soul of this family was far from over. The morning after the confrontation, I found Mallory in the conservatory, staring at the orchids I'd planted last spring. She looked smaller somehow, deflated without her usual armor of perfectionism. Come to gloat? She asked without turning around. No, I came to discuss the Foundation's recovery plan. I set my laptop on the glass table. Victoria's been up all night running numbers. Victoria always was too clever for her own good. Mallory finally faced me. Just like you. The door opened and Victoria walked in, followed by Faith and Emmett. This wasn't a planned meeting, but somehow we all knew where to find each other. The accountants need answers, Mother, Victoria said, her voice tight, about the Monaco accounts. Mallory sank into a wicker chair. What do you want to know? Everything, Emmett said, starting with why. Your father's death left us vulnerable. The estate was mortgaged to the hilt. I started gambling, thinking I could fix it quickly. She laughed bitterly. One bad decision led to another. And the loan sharks? Faith asked. They offered quick cash. No questions asked. Mallory's hands trembled. Until they started asking questions. I opened my laptop. They're still asking questions. I got this email an hour ago. I turned the screen toward them, showing a threatening message demanding payment. Jesus, Mother, Emmett breathed. These people are dangerous. You think I don't know that? Mallory snapped. Why do you think I've been so desperate? Victoria pulled up the Foundation's accounts on her tablet. We can cover the legitimate debts, but these underground loans, they're not even legal. Neither is what you did to cover them up, I pointed out. Mallory's facade cracked completely. I was terrified. They threatened to expose everything, to hurt the family. I couldn't let that happen. So you decided to hurt me instead? I asked quietly. You were convenient, an outsider, someone I could blame if everything fell apart. Faith stood up abruptly. That's horrible, Mother. Freya's been nothing but loyal to this family. More loyal than you deserved, Emmett added, surprising me. A knock at the conservatory door made us all jump. Wade entered, looking grave. The police are here, he announced. They have questions about the Foundation's accounts. Mallory went pale. You called them? No, I said, standing up. But someone did. Probably one of the Foundation's board members who saw the new financial reports. What do we do? Faith asked. I looked at Mallory, seeing real fear in her eyes for the first time. That depends on your mother. Are you ready to tell the truth? The truth will destroy us, she whispered. No, Victoria said firmly. Lies are destroying us. The truth might save us. Emmett moved to stand beside me. Freya, you know the Foundation's accounts better than anyone. Can you help? I can try to explain the discrepancies, make it look like accounting errors rather than deliberate fraud. I turned to Mallory. But you'll have to step down completely. No more control, no more schemes. And the loan sharks? She asked. I have a friend in the FBI's financial crimes unit, I said. If you cooperate, they might be able to help. Wade cleared his throat. The police are waiting. Mallory stood shakily. I never thought it would come to this. None of us did, Faith said, taking her mother's arm. But we're still family. Are we? Mallory looked at me. After everything I've done? That's up to you, I replied. Start telling the truth and we'll see. Victoria gathered her tablet and stood. I'll handle the police. Mother, you need to decide right now. Are you with us or against us? The silence stretched for what felt like hours. Finally, Mallory squared her shoulders. I'll tell them everything, she said quietly. God help me. As we walked toward the main hall where the police waited, Emmett caught my arm. Thank you, he said softly, for not destroying her completely. You could have. That's not who I am, I replied, despite what your mother thinks. Faith joined us. The Foundation can survive this. We can survive this. Together. Ahead of us, Mallory walked with Victoria, already discussing how to present the financial records. She looked older, but somehow more real than I'd ever seen her. "Ready?" I asked as we reached the hall doors. Mallory took a deep breath. "No, but it's time." As we entered the hall, I realized this wasn't the ending I'd expected when I started gathering evidence against Mallory. It wasn't revenge I was feeling, but something closer to resolution. The truth was finally coming out, and maybe that was better than any revenge could be. The healing could begin, but first we had to face the consequences of years of deception. Together, as a family, however broken and imperfect we might be. 3 days after Mallory's confession, the estate buzzed with activity. FBI agents combed through financial records, while forensic accountants set up camp in the library. I was reviewing documents with Alan when Victoria burst in. "They found something," she said, waving a folder. "In the old groundskeeper's cottage." Alan leaned forward. "What kind of something?" "Cash, lots of it, and documents linking Mother to some very prominent people who've been using the foundation to hide money." I grabbed my phone. "I'll call Agent Roberts." "Already here," a voice said from the doorway. The FBI agent entered, looking grim. "Ladies, we need to talk about witness protection." "That bad?" Alan asked. "Worse?" Roberts sat down heavily. "Some of the names in those documents, let's just say they don't take kindly to exposure." The door burst open again as Emmett rushed in. "Mother's missing." "What?" I stood up so fast my chair toppled. "When?" "Faith went to check on her this morning. Her room was empty, car's gone." Victoria swore under her breath. "She'll run straight to them. Try to make a deal." "Or they already have her," Roberts said, pulling out his phone. "I'm calling it in." I grabbed my keys. "I know where she might be." "You're not going anywhere," Alan protested. "It's too dangerous." "The lake house," Emmett said suddenly. "That's where you think she is?" I nodded. "It's where she always went when things got tough. Remember after your father died?" Roberts was already mobilizing his team, speaking rapidly into his phone. "Nobody moves until we have backup." "There's no time," I insisted. "If she's making deals with these people, then she's already made them," Victoria cut in. "We go in smart or we don't go in at all." 2 hours later, we pulled up to the lake house in an unmarked FBI vehicle. The gravel driveway was empty except for Mallory's Mercedes. "Movement inside," Roberts murmured into his radio. "Second floor window." "Let me go in," I said. "She'll talk to me." "Absolutely not," Emmett protested. "She's right," Roberts said. "We need her to come quietly. Mrs. Clayton trusts no one right now, but Freya might have a chance." I stepped out of the car, heart pounding. The lake house looked exactly as it had during happier times, when we'd spent summers here as a family. "Mallory?" I called out as I approached the front door. "It's Freya. I'm alone." The door opened slowly. Mallory stood there, looking haunted. "You shouldn't have come." "Neither should you." I stepped inside. "Running makes you look guilty." "I am guilty." She moved to the living room window, staring out at the lake. "More than you know." "Then tell me, tell all of us. We can still fix this." She turned, tears in her eyes. "Fix it? Do you know what these people will do when they realize I've exposed them? The FBI can protect you, protect all of us. Like they protected Judge Morrison." She laughed bitterly. "He was going to expose everything 3 years ago, had a fatal heart attack the next day." I felt cold. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying I made deals with devils, Freya, and now they're calling in their markers." A floorboard creaked upstairs. I froze. "Mallory, are you alone here?" Her face crumpled. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. They said they'd hurt the children." "FBI, nobody move." Roberts's voice boomed as agents burst through every entrance. Everything happened in a blur. 2 men tried to escape through the back, but were quickly caught. Mallory collapsed, sobbing, as Victoria and Faith rushed in. "Clear," Roberts called out. "Subjects in custody." Emmett appeared at my side. "You okay?" I nodded. watching as agents led away the men who'd been hiding upstairs. "Who are they?" "Enforcers," Roberts said grimly. "Sent to silence her. You got here just in time." Mallory looked up from where she sat, surrounded by her children. "I was trying to protect everyone." "By getting yourself killed?" Victoria demanded. "By finishing what I started," Mallory whispered. "Making it right." I knelt beside her. "This isn't the way. Help the FBI. Tell them everything. Let us protect you the right way." She reached for my hand, surprising me. "Why do you care, after everything I did to you?" "Because that's what family does," I said simply. "We protect each other, the right way." As agents began processing the scene, I watched Mallory being comforted by her children. The truth was finally coming out, but at what cost? And what other secrets still lurked beneath the surface of our carefully constructed world? The lake sparkled outside, deceptively peaceful, just like our family had been, until all the lies began to unravel. The next week passed in a whirlwind of federal agents, depositions, and revelations. I sat in the estate's study, surrounded by boxes of evidence, when Wade arrived looking ashen. "They're arresting Judge Morrison's widow," he announced. "She just confessed to helping cover up his murder." Victoria looked up from her laptop. "Mother's testimony?" "Broke the whole thing wide open." Wade loosened his tie. "The FBI's calling it the biggest financial corruption case in state history." Faith burst in, waving her phone. "Turn on the news, now." I grabbed the remote, and the wall-mounted TV flickered to life. The headline scrolled across the bottom. "Prominent socialite exposes nationwide money laundering scheme." "Mallory's going public," I breathed. The screen showed her leaving the federal building, surrounded by agents. She looked smaller than ever, but held her head high. "Mother's testimony has implicated 3 senators and a dozen corporate executives," Faith said. "The FBI is saying more arrests are coming." Emmett appeared in the doorway. "They're moving her to a safe house tonight. She wants to see all of us first." The safe house turned out to be a modest ranch-style home on the outskirts of town. Agent Roberts met us at the door. 20 minutes, he said firmly. "We need to get her settled before dark." Mallory sat at a kitchen table that had seen better days, a far cry from the estate's antique furniture. She managed a weak smile as we entered. "My children," she said softly. "All of you. Even you, Freya." "How are you holding up?" Victoria asked, sitting beside her. "Better than I deserve." Mallory's hands shook as she reached for her water glass. "The prosecutor says my cooperation will count for something." "What happens now?" Faith perched on the counter, looking worried. "Now the real storm begins." Mallory met my eyes. "The foundation is being restructured," I finished. "Victoria and I spent all week with the forensic accountants. We can save it." "After everything I did?" "The foundation does good work," I said firmly. "Real good work, when it's not being used as a cover. We're not letting it die because of a few bad actors." "A few?" Emmett scoffed. "Mother, the list of people you've implicated had to be done," she cut him off. "I've spent years protecting the wrong people. It's time to protect the right ones." A knock at the door made us all jump. Robert stepped in. "Time's up. We need to move." Mallory stood, straightening her shoulders. "Victoria, Faith, take care of each other. Emmett." She paused. "Make things right with your wife. She's stronger than all of us." "What about you?" Faith asked, tears in her eyes. "I'll be fine. The FBI says it won't take long to round up the main players. Then maybe—" She glanced around the shabby kitchen. "Maybe I'll learn to live a simpler life." "Mrs. Clayton," Roberts pressed, "we need to go." "Wait," I said, stepping forward. "Mallory, I need to know, why did you finally decide to tell the truth?" She smiled sadly. "Because you showed me what real strength looks like, not in threats or schemes, but in standing up for what's right." She touched my cheek gently. "I'm sorry it took me so long to see it." As Roberts led her away, we stood in silence. The sound of car doors slamming, engine starting, and then nothing. The press will be all over this, Victoria said finally. We need a strategy. Already handled, Wade spoke up from the corner. The Foundation's PR team is preparing a statement about internal reforms and cooperation with authorities. My phone buzzed, Alan texting updates about the latest arrests. The web of corruption Mallory had exposed was vast, reaching into boardrooms and political offices across the country. She did it, Faith whispered. She actually did it. She chose family over fear, I said, finally. Emmett touched my arm. About what she said, about making things right. Not now, I cut him off. We have work to do. Victoria pulled out her tablet. The Foundation board meets tomorrow. We need to be ready. As we left the safe house, I looked back one last time. Somewhere out there, Mallory was starting a new chapter, one of truth and consequences. And here we were, picking up the pieces, rebuilding what was broken. The estate would survive. The Foundation would survive. And maybe, just maybe, our family would come out stronger for having faced the truth at last. Ready? Faith asked as we reached our cars. I nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility and possibility. Ready. The sun was setting as we drove away, casting long shadows across the road. Behind us lay secrets and lies. Ahead, the hard work of redemption. But at least now we were facing it together. The autumn air was crisp as I stood in the estate's garden, watching the Foundation's new youth centre being dedicated. Where there had once been only manicured lawns, now stood a modern building filled with promise and purpose. Quite a turnout, Alan said, joining me with 2 cups of coffee. The press seems impressed. They should be. Victoria's been working miracles with the restructuring. Faith approached, beaming. The first scholarship recipients are here. Want to meet them? We walked over to a group of teenagers, their eyes bright with possibility. These were the kids the Foundation was meant to help all along, not the corrupt officials who'd used it as their personal piggy bank. My mother would have loved this, Faith said softly. The real her, I mean, before everything went wrong. The latest letter from Mallory had arrived yesterday. She was still in witness protection, but her testimony had led to over 30 arrests. The corruption ring was falling like dominoes. Victoria was at the podium now, addressing the crowd. Today marks a new chapter for our Foundation, one built on transparency, accountability, and genuine service to our community. I felt a presence beside me and turned to find Emmett. We hadn't spoken much since signing the divorce papers, but there was a peace between us now. You did it, he said quietly. You saved everything. We did it, I corrected, all of us. Mrs. Harrison, a young intern approached. The board members are gathering for the ribbon cutting. I smiled at the use of my maiden name. It felt right, like coming home to myself. Coming, I said, then turned back to Emmett. Will you stay for the ceremony? He shook his head. I'm heading back to Bali next week, but this time to teach at a local school, not to hide. Good, I said, meaning it. That suits you better than banking ever did. The ribbon cutting was a blur of cameras and applause. Victoria and Faith flanked me as we officially opened the youth centre's doors. Wade stood in the crowd, now serving as our compliance officer, his own path to redemption. Afterward, as the crowd mingled and toured the facility, Agent Roberts made an unexpected appearance. Thought you'd want to know, he said, pulling me aside. The last of the conspirators was arrested this morning. It's really over. How's Mallory doing? Faith asked, joining us. Adjusting. She's thinking about writing a book. Robert smiled slightly. Your mother's quite a storyteller when she's telling the truth. Victoria appeared with a tablet. Speaking of truth, look at these applications. We've had over 200 requests for our new mentorship program. The Foundation's finally doing what it was meant to do, I said, watching the teenagers explore their new space. Making a real difference. Thanks to you, Faith squeezed my hand. You could have burned it all down. Instead, you helped us rebuild. Family doesn't burn family, I said simply, even when they deserve it. The afternoon wound down, as the sun painted the estate's windows golden. I found myself back in the garden, this time joined by Victoria and Faith. The board wants to discuss expanding, Victoria said, opening centres in other cities. Let's do it right this time, Faith added. No shortcuts, no secrets. I looked at the estate behind us, then at the new youth centre before us. The contrast was striking. Old money versus new purpose. Both could coexist, I realised, when guided by the right principles. You know, I said, your mother once told me I'd never understand what it meant to be part of this family. And now, Faith asked, now I think I understand better than anyone. Family isn't about protecting secrets. It's about protecting each other's best selves. Victoria raised her coffee cup. To best selves, then. And new beginnings. And second chances, Faith added. I lifted my own cup, watching the sunset paint everything in shades of possibility. The estate had transformed from a fortress of secrets into a beacon of hope. Not just for the kids we'd help, but for all of us who'd found our way through the darkness. To second chances, I agreed. And to the truth setting us free. As if on cue, a group of teenagers burst out of the youth centre, laughing and talking about their plans for the space. Their energy, their hope, their future. This was what redemption looked like. The garden had never felt more alive, more purposeful. And neither had I. This was how healing happened, not in grand gestures or dramatic revelations, but in quiet moments of choosing right over easy, truth over comfort, growth over stagnation. The estate would always carry its history, but now it carried something else too. Promise.
I always thought the worst moment of my life would be hearing those words from my husband, "I'm leaving you." I was wrong. The worst came 15 minutes later when my mother-in-law Palmer smiled that serpentine smile and said, "You're nothing but a barren curse on this family, Alexis. You always have been. My name is Alexis, and until yesterday, I thought I had a perfect life. A loving husband of 8 years, a successful career as a marketing executive, and what I believed was a supportive extended family. How quickly things can unravel." "You can't be serious about this, Toby," I said, my voice barely above a whisper as I stared at my husband across our kitchen island. The granite countertop between us might as well have been an ocean. "Adeline's pregnant," he replied, not meeting my eyes. "My parents are right. We've tried for years, Alexis. Maybe this is a sign." I gripped the counter to steady myself. "A sign? Your assistant gets pregnant after your drunk mistake at the office Christmas party. And that's a sign?" Palmer stepped forward, her designer heels clicking against our hardwood floors. "Don't you dare make my son sound irresponsible. This is God's plan. Adeline can give him what you couldn't." "Palmer, please." Neil, my father-in-law, touched her arm, but she shrugged him off. "No, Neil. Someone needs to say it. 8 years of trying, 8 years of disappointment. Do you know what people say about our family? That the done line will end because Toby married a... Enough! I slammed my hand on the counter, making them all jump. "I've endured your subtle jabs for years, Palmer. The pointed questions about when we'd have children, the pamphlets for fertility clinics mysteriously appearing in my mail. But this is low, even for you." Toby finally looked up, his face twisted with what looked like guilt. "Alexis, please understand. Adeline needs me. The baby needs its father," Palmer interrupted, "and our family needs an heir. It's really quite simple." I laughed, a hollow sound that surprised even me. "Simple? You want simple, Palmer? How about this? Your precious son got his 28-year-old assistant pregnant while married to me. But somehow I'm the villain in this story? You're making this harder than it needs to be," Toby said, running his fingers through his hair, a nervous habit I once found endearing. "The lawyers have already drawn up the papers. We can do this amicably." "Lawyers? How long have you been planning this?" The silence that followed was deafening. "How long, Toby?" 3 months, he mumbled. My world tilted on its axis. 3 months. While I was planning our anniversary trip to Greece, they were planning my exit from the family. I found something interesting the other day, I said, my voice eerily calm as I reached for my phone. I was looking through old photos and came across this. I pulled up the image and slid my phone across the counter. Palmer's face went white. What is it? Toby asked, reaching for the phone. Ask your mother about the fertility clinic appointment she canceled on my behalf 3 years ago. The one where we were supposed to start IVF treatments. I turned to Palmer. You forged my signature on the cancellation forms. I have proof. The kitchen fell silent. Neil's eyes widened as he turned to his wife. Palmer, what is she talking about? I was protecting our family, Palmer stammered. Those treatments are unnatural. I couldn't let... Get out. My voice was steel. All of you get out of my house. It's our house, Toby protested weakly. The deed is in my name, I finished. A wedding gift from my parents, remember? You have until tomorrow to collect your things. After that, I'm changing the locks. Palmer opened her mouth to argue, but Neil grabbed her arm. We're leaving. Come on, Toby. As they filed out, I called after them. Palmer, remember what you said about me being a curse? Let's see who's really cursed in the end. The door closed behind them, and I slid to the floor, my legs finally giving out. My phone buzzed. A text from my friend Serenity. Just heard what happened. I'm coming over. Don't you dare face this alone. Through my tears, I smiled. They thought they were ending my story, but they had no idea. This was just the beginning. I may have lost my husband and my in-laws, but I was about to find something far more valuable, my power. You're not going to believe who just walked into my cafe, Serenity said, sliding into the booth across from me. 2 weeks had passed since my world imploded, and I'd retreated to my hometown, seeking refuge in familiar places. Please don't say Toby, I muttered into my coffee cup. Better, your father-in-law. Well, ex-father-in-law now. Neil looked absolutely wrecked. I straightened in my seat. What did he want? To talk to you, actually. Serenity reached across the table and squeezed my hand. He left his card, said he needs to tell you something important. I'm not interested in anything the Dunns have to say. I pulled my hand away, but Serenity slid the business card across the table anyway. He mentioned Palmer's been admitted to the hospital. Severe anxiety attacks, apparently. Karma works fast these days, I said, but the words felt hollow. Despite everything, I couldn't find joy in anyone's suffering, even Palmer's. That's not all, Serenity continued, her eyes sparkling with that look she got when she had an idea. Remember that wellness retreat we talked about starting back in college? The one for women going through major life changes? I nodded. It had been our dream during late-night study sessions, creating a safe haven for women to heal and rebuild their lives. The old Morrison estate is up for sale, 20 acres, that beautiful Victorian mansion, perfect location just outside town. And get this, they're practically giving it away because it needs renovation. Serenity? Listen to me, Alexis. You've got the settlement money from selling your house. I've got savings, and between your marketing experience and my hospitality background, we could make this work. Before I could respond, the cafe door chimed. Neil walked in, looking indeed as wrecked as Serenity had described. Our eyes met, and after a moment's hesitation, he approached our table. Alexis, he said softly, may I join you? Serenity squeezed my shoulder as she stood. I'll give you 2 a minute. I gestured to the empty seat, and Neil sat down heavily. You look well, he said. Cut the small talk, Neil. What do you want? He pulled out an envelope from his jacket. There's something you need to know about Palmer, about why she did what she did. I already know why. She's a controlling woman who couldn't bear the thought of her precious son having a child through IVF. It's more than that. He pushed the envelope toward me. Palmer couldn't have children naturally either. She used IVF to have Toby, back when the technology was new and controversial. Her family disowned her for it. I stared at the envelope, not touching it. Why are you telling me this? Because she's been living with that shame for 30 years. When you and Toby started talking about IVF, it triggered something in her. Instead of supporting you, she became the very person who hurt her. And now she's having anxiety attacks, I said flatly. Neil nodded. The guilt is eating her alive. Toby's marriage to Adeline is already falling apart. She's demanding control of everything, threatening to keep the baby from him if he doesn't comply with her wishes. Palmer realizes now that she destroyed something precious for nothing. I finally opened the envelope. Inside was a check for a substantial amount. What's this for? It's my personal apology. Use it however you want. I should have stopped Palmer. I should have protected you. I pushed the check back. I don't want your money, Neil. Then use it to help others. Palmer mentioned once that you and Serenity had dreams of opening a retreat. Make it happen. I looked over at Serenity, who was pretending not to watch us from behind the counter. The Morrison estate flashed through my mind. Its sprawling grounds, the potential it held. Why are you really doing this, Neil? He stood up slowly, looking every bit his age. Because someone needs to break the cycle of hurt in this family. It might as well be me. After he left, Serenity returned with fresh coffee and property listings. So? She asked, trying to contain her excitement. I picked up Neil's check and smiled. Call the real estate agent. Let's go look at that mansion. Really? Serenity squealed, drawing looks from other customers. Really? But I have one condition. We make sure there's space for a fertility support group, free of charge. Serenity's eyes welled up. Now that's the kind of revenge I can get behind. Looking at the property listings, I felt something I hadn't experienced since that day in my kitchen. Hope. Maybe Neil was right. Maybe breaking the cycle of hurt started with turning pain into purpose. And if Palmer and the others saw what their cruelty had helped create, well, that would just be a bonus. The electrical system is a complete disaster, Ian said, flipping through his inspection report. Our lawyer friend had volunteered to help us navigate the renovation contracts, but each new assessment brought more challenges. And don't get me started on the plumbing. I walked through the dusty grand hall of the Morrison estate, sunlight streaming through grimy windows. But it's fixable, right? With enough money and time, anything's fixable. He glanced at his watch. Speaking of money, your contractor's late. He's not late, Serenity called from the staircase. He's not coming. Just got a text. Apparently, someone told him about our women's retreat concept, and he doesn't want his name associated with, quote, angry man-hating feminists. I laughed bitterly. Let me guess. Small town, everyone knows everyone, and someone's been talking, Serenity added, descending the stairs. 3 guesses who, and the first 2 don't count. Adeline, I muttered. My ex-husband's new wife had been surprisingly vocal about my project, spreading rumors faster than a wildfire. Ian closed his folder with a snap. I know another contractor, former client, excellent work ethic. She'll be perfect for this project. She? Serenity's eyes lit up. Margaret's the best in the business. Let me make a call. As Ian stepped outside, my phone buzzed. A text from Toby. Can we talk? Important. Ignore it, Serenity advised, reading over my shoulder. Nothing good comes from talking to exes. But curiosity got the better of me. I stepped onto the wraparound porch and called him. Alexis? Toby's voice sounded strained. Thanks for calling back. Make it quick. I'm in the middle of something. I heard about the retreat. She's been saying things around town. I noticed. I'll talk to her, make her stop. It's just, she's not handling the pregnancy well. The doctor ordered bed rest, and she's taking it out on everyone. I leaned against the porch railing. Not my problem anymore, Toby. I know. It's just... He paused. I miss you, Lex. I made a horrible mistake. The nickname hit me like a punch to the gut. You don't get to do this. The baby's not mine. The words hung in the air like smoke. What? DNA test came back yesterday. She lied about the timing. It's her ex's baby. My parents are devastated. Mom's back in the hospital. I closed my eyes, letting the information sink in. Again, not my problem. Lex, please. No, I cut him off. You didn't just leave me, Toby. You and your family destroyed me. Or at least, you tried to. But look what happened. I'm building something beautiful from those ashes, and you're living with the consequences of your choices. The door opened behind me, and Serenity poked her head out. Margaret's here. I have to go, I told Toby. Don't call me again. Inside, a tall woman in work boots and a flannel shirt was already examining the crown molding. Good bones, she said by way of greeting. Terrible execution on past renovations, but we can fix that. I'm Margaret. Alexis, I shook her hand. This is Serenity, my business partner. Ian filled me in on the project. Women's wellness retreat, right? My sister went through a nasty divorce last year. Could have used a place like this. That's exactly why we're doing it, Serenity said. Every woman deserves a safe place to rebuild. Margaret nodded, pulling out a tablet. Let's talk numbers and timeline. And don't worry about the rumors. Small minds talk small things. We'll show them what women supporting women really looks like. As Margaret walked us through her renovation plan, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. Toby's revelation about Adeline should have felt like vindication, but instead it just confirmed what I already knew. I was better off without them. One more thing, Margaret said, pulling up a final document. I have a proposition. Instead of just fixing this place up, what if we made it a showcase of female artisans? I know painters, sculptors, woodworkers, all women who'd love to contribute their work. Serenity grabbed my arm. Alexis, imagine it. Not just a retreat, but a celebration of female creativity and resilience. Looking around the grand hall, I could see it all coming together. The healing spaces, the art, the community we could build. Let Adeline spread her rumors. Let Palmer wallow in her guilt. Let Toby live with his mistakes. When can you start? I asked Margaret. She smiled, extending her hand. How about tomorrow? As we shook on it, I couldn't help but think how different this handshake felt from my wedding day. This wasn't an ending disguised as a beginning. This was a true fresh start, built on strength rather than promises. And this is our meditation garden, I said, leading the local news crew through the newly renovated grounds. 6 months of backbreaking work had transformed the Morrison estate into something magical. Each sculpture was created by a female artist, telling her story of healing and renewal. The reporter, Sarah, nodded appreciatively. It's stunning. And you say you're already booked solid for the next 3 months? 4, actually, Serenity chimed in. We've had women reaching out from across the country. Turns out there's a real need for this kind of space. As if on cue, one of our current guests emerged from the garden path. Alexis, she called out, wiping tears from her eyes. That grief counseling session. I haven't felt this much peace since my husband died. Thank you. Sarah's cameraman captured the moment, and I could see the reporter's professional detachment softening. This is more than just a wellness retreat, isn't it? It's a sanctuary, I replied. Every woman who comes here has a different story, but they all share one thing, the need to rebuild. After the interview, Serenity and I sat on the veranda. watching the sunset paint the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks. Local news today, national coverage tomorrow. She grinned, pouring us both a glass of wine. We did it, Alexis. My phone buzzed. An email notification. Speaking of coverage, guess who just requested a stay at the retreat? No, Serenity gasped, reading over my shoulder. Adeline? She has some nerve. Apparently, the divorce from Toby was finalized last week. She's seeking healing and restoration. I quoted from the email. Please tell me you're not considering it. Before I could respond, Margaret appeared with a stack of papers. Final inspection passed with flying colors, she announced. And you'll never guess who I ran into in town? Palmer, I guessed. Close. Neil. He asked about you, wanted to know if the retreat was everything you'd hoped for. Margaret sat down, helping herself to wine. He also mentioned that Palmer's been asking about our programs. I set my phone down. What is it with this family? They tear me down, and now they all want my help? Maybe that's your answer, Serenity said softly. Maybe this is your chance to show them exactly what they lost, what they created. By helping them, by being stronger than they ever imagined. She pulled up our booking system. Look at these testimonials. This place saved my life. I found myself again here. For the first time in years, I feel whole. Margaret nodded. Success is the best revenge, and you're successful as hell. Just then, a commotion erupted from the main entrance. One of our staff members rushed onto the veranda. Alexis, you need to come quickly. Palmer's here. I found Palmer in the lobby, looking nothing like the polished, intimidating woman I remembered. Her designer clothes had been replaced by simple slacks and a sweater, her perfectly coiffed hair now streaked with gray. I know I shouldn't be here, she said before I could speak. I needed to see it for myself. See what? What you built from what we destroyed. She looked around the lobby, taking in the artwork, the peaceful atmosphere. It's remarkable. Palmer, no, please let me finish. Toby's life is in shambles. Adeline's betrayal broke him. My marriage is barely holding together. And you took our cruelty and turned it into this beautiful thing that helps people. I crossed my arms. Is that why you're here? To admire your handiwork? I'm here to apologize and to ask. She swallowed hard. To ask if you'd consider letting me volunteer here. Not as a guest, but as someone who wants to make amends. A laugh bubbled up from my chest. You want to volunteer? You who called me a barren curse? I want to face what I did. Every day, helping the women I once looked down on. It's the only way I know how to even begin to make things right. I studied her face, searching for any sign of manipulation. Instead, I saw something I'd never seen before in Palmer: humility. There's a position open in our community outreach program, I said finally. 3 days a week, helping women access our services who couldn't otherwise afford them. It's unpaid. Yes, she whispered, anything. And Palmer, the first time you make any woman feel less than worthy, any woman, you're out. Permanently? She nodded, tears spilling down her cheeks. I understand. As I watched her leave, Serenity appeared at my side. Are you sure about this? I thought about Adeline's email, about Neil's support, about Toby's shattered life. You know what's better than revenge? Watching them realize exactly what they threw away, while helping others heal in the process. Now that, Serenity smiled, is true power. She's actually good at this, Serenity said, watching Palmer guide a group of women through the retreat's intake process. 2 weeks into her volunteer work, and my former mother-in-law had surprised everyone with her dedication. Who knew the Ice Queen had a heart? People can change, I replied, sorting through the day's mail. Sometimes they just need a wake-up call. Speaking of wake-up calls, Serenity pointed toward the entrance where Neil stood, looking uncertain. Your ex-father-in-law is back. I found Neil in the garden, staring at a sculpture of a phoenix rising from ashes. Palmer seems different, he said without turning around. Lighter somehow. Working here has been good for her, I admitted. She's learning to see beyond her own prejudices. That's actually why I'm here. Neil finally faced me. There's something you need to know about the day Toby left you, something I've been carrying for too long. We sat on a nearby bench, the late autumn sun warming our faces. I'm listening. Palmer didn't just forge your signature for the IVF cancellation. He took a deep breath. She paid Adeline to seduce Toby. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. What? She was so desperate for a grandchild, she orchestrated the whole thing, hired Adeline specifically because she was young and fertile, paid her to get close to Toby, to be there when he was vulnerable. And you knew about this? Not until after. When I found out, I couldn't look at Palmer the same way. That's why I gave you that check, why I supported this place. I've been trying to atone for my silence. I stood up, pacing the garden path. Does Palmer know you're telling me this? Yes, she's the one who suggested I come clean, said she can't truly make amends while holding on to secrets. A laugh escaped me, hollow and bitter. So my marriage wasn't just destroyed, it was sabotaged, deliberately. Alexis, no, you don't get to comfort me, not now. I turned to face him. Why tell me this? What's the point? Because Toby's back in town. He's been asking about you, about the retreat. And Neil hesitated. He's thinking about reaching out. Of course he is, I muttered. Now that his perfect life with Adeline fell apart, he wants what he threw away. He doesn't know about Palmer's involvement, none of it. She's afraid you'll tell him. I looked toward the main building where Palmer was visible through a window, helping a young woman with paperwork. She's afraid I'll use this information to hurt her, the way she hurt me. Neil nodded slowly. Would you? A year ago, absolutely. Now? I shook my head. I've built something meaningful here, something that helps people heal. Destroying Palmer won't change the past. You're a better person than we deserved, Neil said quietly. This isn't about being better, it's about breaking cycles. I gestured to the retreat around us. Every woman who comes here has a choice. Stay broken or build something new. Palmer's choosing to build something new. Who am I to stop her? As if summoned by our conversation, Palmer emerged from the building. Seeing us together, she froze, then slowly approached. I suppose Neil told you everything, she said, her voice trembling. Yes. And nothing. Keep doing your work here, Palmer. Keep helping women heal. That's your penance. Tears welled in her eyes. What about Toby? If he comes here? If Toby comes here, he'll be treated like any other guest's family member, with respect and appropriate boundaries. I met her gaze steadily. But he needs to know the truth, Palmer, not from me, from you. I don't know if I can, she whispered. You can and you will, because that's part of your healing too. Neil placed a hand on Palmer's shoulder. We'll tell him together. As they left the garden, Serenity appeared with 2 cups of tea. Everything okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. More like I've finally laid some ghosts to rest. I accepted the tea, breathing in its calming aroma. You know what's funny? They thought they were orchestrating my downfall, but they actually set me free. Free to build this place, Serenity smiled. Free to become who I was meant to be. I watched a group of women gathering for their afternoon therapy session. And now they're the ones who need what we've built. Life has a way of coming full circle, Serenity mused. It does, I agreed, thinking of the phoenix sculpture. And sometimes, the most powerful revenge isn't revenge at all. It's rising so high that those who hurt you have to look up to see you. He's been sitting in the parking lot for 20 minutes, Serenity reported, peeking through the office blinds. Should I call security? I glanced out at Toby's car, remembering how Palmer and Neil had left yesterday after promising to tell him everything. No, let him come in when he's ready. As if hearing us, Toby finally emerged from his car. Even from this distance, I could see he looked different, shoulders slumped, hair unkempt. The polished executive I'd married was gone. I'll handle the afternoon session. Serenity squeezed my arm. You deal with this. The front desk called up. Ms. Alexis, Mr. Toby is here. Send him to the garden, I replied. It felt fitting, the same place where I'd learned the truth about his mother's manipulation. I found him by the phoenix sculpture, looking as lost as Neil had yesterday. They told me everything, he said without turning around. About Mom hiring Adeline, about the IVF sabotage, all of it. And I feel like the biggest fool in the world. He finally faced me, eyes red-rimmed. I let them destroy the best thing in my life. You let them destroy our marriage, I corrected. But I'm not the best thing in your life, Toby. I never was. If I had been, you wouldn't have listened to them. Lex, don't call me that. I moved to stand by the sculpture. Why are you here? I don't know, he admitted. To apologize? To beg forgiveness? To try to understand how you built all this from the wreckage I helped create? A group of women passed by, heading to their afternoon therapy session. Among them was Adeline, who'd started her retreat program yesterday. She saw us and quickly looked away, hurrying past. Is that why you approved her application to stay here? Toby asked. To show her what she helped destroy? I approved her application because she needs healing, just like everyone else who comes here. I sat on a nearby bench. Your mother works here now, did you know that? He nodded. Dad told me, said she's different, humbler. She is, because she chose to be. She's facing her actions and trying to make amends. I looked at him directly. What are you choosing, Toby? I don't know how to fix this, he whispered. That's because you can't. Some things, once broken, don't go back together the same way, but they can become something new. I gestured to the retreat around us. Look what I built from our broken marriage. It's incredible, he said. You're incredible. I should have... Stop. I held up my hand. This isn't about what you should have done. It's about what you're going to do now. Just then, Palmer appeared on the path, freezing when she saw us. I'm sorry. She started to retreat. I didn't know. Stay, I called out. This concerns you too. She approached slowly, looking between us. Toby, I'm so sorry. What I did to you both was cruel and calculated. He cut her off. But you're here now, trying to make it right. I see you working with these women, helping them. You're different. I'm trying to be, she whispered. Then maybe that's what I need to do too, Toby said. Not try to fix the past, but build something better for the future. I stood up. There's a men's support group in town. They meet at the community center on Thursdays. Many of them are dealing with the aftermath of broken marriages. Some they broke themselves. You think I should go? I think you need healing too, Toby. Everyone does. I looked at Palmer. Your mother found her healing by helping others. Maybe you need to find your own path. He nodded slowly. Thank you, not for forgiving me, but for showing me there's a way forward. There's always a way forward, I said. Sometimes it's just not the way we expected. As Toby left, Palmer lingered. The women's group is starting, she said. Adeline's sharing her story today. Are you ready to hear it? No, she admitted, but I need to. I need to face what I set in motion. I watched them both walk away. My ex-husband toward his car, my former mother-in-law toward her redemption. The phoenix sculpture cast long shadows in the afternoon sun, its wings spread wide, eternal in its promise of renewal. Serenity appeared beside me. "You okay?" "Better than okay," I smiled. "I think I finally understand something. The best revenge isn't making others suffer. It's showing them a better way to live, even if they don't deserve it." "Now that," Serenity grinned, "sounds like something we should put on our brochure." "I'd like to share something today," Adeline said, her voice trembling as she stood before the group. 1 month into her stay, she'd finally decided to speak. I sat in my usual spot at the back of the room, watching Palmer stiffen in her chair. "Take your time," our therapist, Rachel, encouraged. "I thought I was so clever," Adeline began. "When Palmer offered me money to seduce Toby, I saw it as my chance to climb the social ladder. I never considered the lives I'd destroy." The room fell silent. Some women knew my story, knew who Adeline was. Others just sensed the weight of the moment. "The baby wasn't his," she continued. "I knew that from the start, but Palmer's plan worked so perfectly. The office party, the staged encounter, the pregnancy announcement. It was like dominoes falling." I watched Palmer's shoulders shake with silent sobs. "But you know what the worst part was?" Adeline wiped her eyes. "The worst part wasn't losing Toby when the truth came out. It wasn't facing my own lies. It was realizing that I'd become someone I despised, all for money and status." Rachel nodded encouragingly. "And how do you feel now?" "Ashamed, grateful, confused." Adeline looked directly at me. "Alexis has every right to hate me, to turn me away from this place. Instead, she let me come here, let me heal. I don't understand that kind of grace." Before I could respond, Palmer stood up. "I need to speak too." Rachel gestured for her to join Adeline at the front. "I'm the one who orchestrated everything," Palmer announced. "I was so obsessed with having a grandchild, with maintaining our family's social standing, that I became a monster. I paid this young woman to destroy my son's marriage. I canceled medical appointments that weren't mine to cancel. I called my daughter-in-law barren and cursed." She turned to face me. "And now I work here, watching women heal from the kind of pain I caused. Every day, I see the strength it takes to rebuild a life. Every day, I understand more deeply what I tried to destroy." The door opened quietly, and Serenity slipped in, followed by Neil. They stood against the wall, listening. "I thought having a grandchild would complete me," Palmer continued. "Instead, I lost my son's respect, nearly destroyed my marriage, and hurt people who didn't deserve it. But standing here, doing this work, I'm finally becoming the person I should have been all along." Adeline stepped forward. "I'd like to make a donation to the retreat," she announced. "My entire payment from Palmer, plus interest. It should help fund stays for women who can't afford it." "I'll match it," Palmer added quickly. "It's time that money did some good." I stood up, all eyes turning to me. "Thank you both for your honesty, but the donations need to come with action, not just money. Adeline, we have a mentoring program for women rebuilding their careers ethically. Would you be interested in sharing your story there?" She nodded eagerly. "Yes, absolutely." "And Palmer," I continued, "our outreach program is expanding. We need someone to coordinate with local women's shelters. It's a paid position, but it means facing a lot of hard truths about privilege and power." "I'd be honored," Palmer whispered. Rachel cleared her throat. "I think we've all witnessed something powerful today. The cycle of hurt can stop with choice and change." After the session, I found Neil waiting in my office. "That was quite a moment," he said. "How are you feeling?" "Surprisingly peaceful," I replied. "A year ago, I wanted them to hurt like I hurt. Now, watching them face their actions, watching them try to be better, it feels more satisfying than revenge ever could. Toby's doing better too, Neil offered. That men's group you suggested, he's really connecting there. Even started mentoring younger guys about toxic family dynamics. Serenity burst in, waving a magazine. We got it! The feature in women's wellness. They're calling us the most innovative retreat in the country. I took the magazine, smiling at the photo of our phoenix sculpture on the cover. The headline read, Rising from Ashes, How One Woman's Pain Became a Haven of Healing. They want to interview you for a follow-up piece, Serenity grinned, about turning personal tragedy into triumph. Tell them yes, I said, but I want Palmer and Adeline included too. The full story, how enemies became allies in healing. Neil squeezed my shoulder. You've created something extraordinary here, Alexis, something that transforms lives. Looking out my office window at the women walking the garden paths, at Palmer organizing her outreach files, at Adeline speaking with a new arrival, I felt a deep sense of completion. We all have choices, I said. I chose to build rather than break, and look what grew from that choice. Ready for the big reveal? Serenity asked, her hand on the curtain cord. The retreat's main hall was packed with guests, staff, and local media for our new wing's opening ceremony. As ready as I'll ever be, I replied, scanning the crowd. Palmer stood with her outreach team, looking professional in her new coordinator's badge. Adeline sat with her mentorship group, a stack of career development materials on their laps. Even Toby had come, standing quietly at the back with Neil. Then let's do this. Serenity pulled the cord, revealing the bronze plaque on the wall. The Phoenix Wing, where healing transforms lives, dedicated to every woman who chose to rise. Applause filled the room. As it died down, I stepped up to the podium. When I first stood in this building, it was broken and abandoned, much like I was at the time. A knowing murmur rippled through the audience, but just as these walls found new purpose, so did I, so did many of us. I gestured to Palmer. Our outreach coordinator once thought power meant control. Now she helps women escape controlling situations. Palmer wiped a tear, nodding. Our career mentor, I indicated Adeline, learned that true success comes from lifting others up, not climbing over them. This new wing isn't just about expanding our facility, I continued. It's about expanding our vision. We're adding programs for families healing from toxic patterns, for women rebuilding their professional lives ethically, for mothers and daughters repairing broken bonds. Serenity joined me at the podium, and we're proud to announce that thanks to recent donations, we can now offer full scholarships to women in need. No one will be turned away for lack of funds. More applause. I saw Toby whisper something to Neil, who smiled and nodded. But before we cut the ribbon, someone else would like to speak. I stepped back. Palmer? Palmer looked startled but made her way to the podium. When I first came here, I was the kind of person our clients needed healing from. I thought power meant getting what I wanted at any cost. I manipulated my son, hurt my daughter-in-law, and used another young woman as a pawn. She gripped the podium's edges. But working here showed me true power. I've watched women rebuild their lives from nothing. I've seen them forgive people who don't deserve forgiveness, including me. That's real strength. Mom, Toby called out suddenly. He walked forward, stopping at the podium's base. I need to say something too. I nodded, and he took Palmer's place. I was a coward, he said simply. I let others make my choices. I hurt someone who loved me because I was too weak to stand up for what was right. He turned to face me. But watching you build this place, seeing how you transformed pain into purpose, it taught me how to be stronger. The men's group I attend meets in the community center, he continued, But with this new wing, we'll have space here too, because healing isn't just for women, it's for anyone ready to change. As Toby stepped down, I returned to the podium. When people hurt us, we have two choices: let that hurt define us, or let it refine us. This wing represents that choice. Every brick, every program, every success story is proof that broken things can become beautiful. Serenity handed me the scissors for the ribbon cutting. Would anyone else like to share this moment? Palmer, Adeline, and Toby stepped forward together. Neil joined them, then other staff members and clients. Soon, a line of hands held the scissors with mine. Together? I asked. Together, they responded. The ribbon fell, and with it, the last weight I'd been carrying. This wasn't just my triumph anymore. It belonged to everyone who'd chosen to rise, to change, to heal. Later, as guests toured the new wing, Serenity found me in the garden. "So," she said, sitting beside me, "was it worth it? All the pain? All the work?" I watched through the windows as Palmer showed visitors the outreach center, as Adeline led a workshop on ethical networking, as Toby helped set up chairs for the evening's family healing session. "Look at them," I replied. "Really look. Palmer's found purpose in helping others. Adeline's teaching women to build careers with integrity. Toby's learning to stand on his own. They all thought they were breaking me, but instead, they broke themselves free from who they used to be." "And you?" Serenity asked softly. I touched the phoenix pendant at my neck, a gift from our first successful client. "I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. Sometimes the best revenge isn't getting even. It's getting better and bringing everyone else along with you. Even those who hurt you?" "Especially those who hurt you," I smiled, "because that's how you know you've truly healed."
I always thought life-shattering moments would come with dramatic music, or at least some kind of warning. Instead, mine arrived on a Tuesday afternoon while I was organizing our home office, accompanied only by the gentle hum of the air conditioning. "I need you to leave," Clay said, standing in the doorway with his hands in his pockets, as casual as if he were discussing the weather. "Scarlett's pregnant. My name is Elizabeth," and that was the moment my perfect life began to unravel. Or so Clay thought. I looked up from the stack of papers I'd been sorting, my hand freezing mid-motion. "Scarlett? Your assistant Scarlett?" "Yes." He had the audacity to look annoyed, like I was the one inconveniencing him. "I've already talked to my lawyer. You'll be well taken care of, but I need you out by the end of the week." I laughed. I couldn't help it. The absurdity of the situation hit me like a wave. "You need me out? This is my house too, Clay." "Actually," he stepped forward, his confidence radiating off him like cheap cologne. "Everything's in my name. The house, the cars, the business." "The business my father built?" I cut him off, my voice steady despite the rage building inside me. "The business I've run for the past 5 years while you played housewife," he sneered. "Look, Elizabeth, let's not make this difficult. You knew this wasn't working." I stood up slowly, my fingers brushing against the hidden compartment in my desk drawer. Inside lay documents that would wipe that smug look off his face, documents I'd spent the last year quietly collecting. But now wasn't the time. "How long?" I asked, walking around the desk. "Does it matter?" "It matters to me," he sighed, running a hand through his perfectly styled hair. "A year and a half, but that's not the point. Scarlett's 3 months along, and we want to start fresh. I'm trying to be fair here." "Fair?" I stepped closer, close enough to smell his expensive aftershave. "You want to talk about fair, Clay? Okay, let's talk about fair. Let's talk about how you've been sleeping with your assistant while I've been managing our charity foundation and sitting through endless dinner parties with your clients." "Managing the foundation?" he scoffed. "You mean attending lunches and planning galas? Please, Elizabeth, let's not pretend you've been doing anything substantial." The door chimed, and Selena's voice called out from downstairs. "Elizabeth? You home?" Clay's jaw tightened. He'd never liked my best friend, probably because she saw through him from day one. "Up here," I called back, not taking my eyes off Clay. "Perfect timing," he muttered. "Look, I'm heading out. We can discuss details later. Just start packing." As he turned to leave, I found my voice again. "Clay?" He paused, looking back with impatience. "Remember when my father made you sign those papers? The ones you didn't bother reading because you were too excited about becoming CEO?" A flicker of uncertainty crossed his face, but he masked it quickly. "What about them?" "Nothing," I smiled. "Just, maybe you should have read them more carefully." Selena appeared in the doorway just as Clay pushed past her. She watched him storm down the stairs, then turned to me with raised eyebrows. "What's his problem?" I sank into my chair, the adrenaline finally wearing off. "His mistress is pregnant and he wants me out by the end of the week." "That son of a—" Selena rushed to my side. "Are you okay?" I reached into the hidden compartment and pulled out a thick folder. "I'm better than okay. Remember last year when I started taking those online business courses? And all those lunch meetings you covered for me?" She nodded slowly, realization dawning on her face. "Well," I spread the documents across my desk. "While Clay was busy with Scarlett, I was busy too. Making friends with the board members, learning the business inside out, and—" I tapped a particular document. "Securing my position as majority shareholder." Selena's eyes widened as she scanned the papers. "Holy shit, Elizabeth, does he know?" "Not yet." I gathered the documents back into the folder. "But he's about to learn that my father was smarter than he gave him credit for, and that I'm not the trophy wife he thinks I am." "What are you going to do?" I stood up, tucking the folder under my arm. "First, I'm going to call Jonathan at the office. Then I'm going to need your help setting up a meeting with someone who knows where all the bodies are buried in this company." "Who?" "Terrence Ray. The CFO Clay forced into early retirement last year." I grabbed my phone, already scrolling through my contacts. "Clay wants to talk about fair. Let's show him what fair really looks like." "You've been busy," Jonathan said, spreading the documents across his desk. We were in his private office after hours, the city lights twinkling through the floor-to-ceiling windows. "Does anyone else know about this?" "Just Selena," I replied, watching his face as he examined each paper. "And now you." He looked up, his usually calm demeanor showing hints of both admiration and concern. "These transfer documents, they're all legitimate. Your father really did leave you controlling interest." "He left Clay as CEO, but made sure I held the majority shares through a blind trust." I leaned forward. Clay was too excited about the CEO position to read the fine print. "Classic Robert," Jonathan chuckled, referring to my late father. He always said Clay was too ambitious for his own good. His expression turned serious. "But Elizabeth, if you're planning what I think you're planning, you need to know something." Selena, who had been quietly observing from the leather couch, sat up straighter. "What is it?" "Clay's been moving money around. Nothing obviously illegal, but definitely questionable." Jonathan pulled out his laptop. "I've been keeping track. Here, look at these transactions." I moved around his desk to see the screen. The numbers were staggering. "Where's all this money going?" "That's the interesting part." Jonathan clicked through several spreadsheets. "It's being funneled through a series of shell companies. And guess who's listed as a director on one of them?" "Scarlett," I breathed. "Bingo." He turned to face me. "He's been setting up his exit strategy. My guess is he was planning to push you out, then resign with a golden parachute before anyone could discover the missing funds." "That bastard," Selena stood up, pacing the room. "He's not just cheating on you, he's stealing from the company your father built." I felt a cold anger settle in my chest. "Can you get me proof? Something concrete?" "Already working on it." Jonathan pulled out a USB drive. "I've been gathering evidence for months. I knew something was off, but I couldn't prove it until now." "Why didn't you say anything before?" Selena asked. Jonathan's face darkened. "Clay made it clear what happens to whistleblowers." "Remember Marcus from accounting?" I remembered. Marcus had resigned suddenly last year after questioning some irregular expenses. He hadn't been able to find work in the industry since. But now, Jonathan continued, with you holding majority shares, we can actually do something about it. My phone buzzed, a text from Clay. Where are you? We need to discuss arrangements. He's getting impatient. I showed them the message. Good, let him sweat. What's our next move? Selena asked. We need Terrence, I said. He knows every financial detail of this company for the past 20 years. If anyone can help us trace where the money's really going, it's him. I can set up a meeting, Jonathan offered. He still trusts me. But Elizabeth, we need to move carefully. Clay has powerful friends. So do I replied, thinking of the board members I'd been cultivating relationships with. And unlike Clay, I actually listen when they talk. My phone buzzed again. This time it was Cameron, Clay's sister. We need to talk, privately. Well, this is interesting. I showed them the message. Can we trust her? Selena asked. No, Jonathan answered firmly. She's always been Clay's biggest supporter. True, I said, but she's also pragmatic. And if she's reaching out... I typed a quick reply. Tomorrow, 10 a.m., the usual place. You're really going to meet her? Selena looked worried. Knowledge is power. I stood up, gathering the documents. And right now, we need all the intelligence we can get. Be careful, Jonathan warned. Cameron's clever. So am I smiled. Clay just never noticed because he wasn't paying attention. I turned to Selena. Can you do some digging on Scarlett? Employment history, financial records, anything that might be useful. Already on it. She pulled out her tablet. Did you know she worked at 3 other companies where the CEOs had mysterious financial issues? Now, that's interesting. Jonathan raised an eyebrow. Sounds like they might have a pattern. I checked my watch. I should head home. Clay will be wondering where I am, and I want to keep him thinking he's in control for now. What are you going to tell him? Selena asked. That I'm looking for apartments. I smirked. Let him think I'm being compliant. Meanwhile, Jonathan, can you get those financial records ready and set up that meeting with Terrence? He nodded. I'll have everything prepared by tomorrow afternoon. As I gathered my things to leave, I felt lighter than I had in days. Clay thought he was orchestrating my exit. Instead, he was about to learn what happens when you underestimate the quiet ones who've been watching and learning all along. The cafe where I met Cameron was quiet at 10 a.m., just how I liked it. She was already there, perfectly manicured fingers wrapped around a cappuccino, her designer handbag placed strategically on the empty chair beside her. You look terrible, she said as I sat down. Finding out your husband's having a baby with his mistress will do that. I ordered a black coffee when the waitress came by. What do you want, Cameron? She leaned forward, lowering her voice. Clay's making a mistake. Which one? The affair or trying to push me out of my father's company? Both. She glanced around before continuing. Look, I love my brother, but he's being an idiot. Scarlett. She's not who he thinks she is. I studied her face, looking for signs of deception. And you're telling me this because I've seen this before. At her last 3 jobs. She gets close to the CEO, things get messy, money disappears. Cameron pulled out her phone, sliding it across the table. Look familiar? The screen showed a news article about an embezzlement scandal at a tech company 2 years ago. The CEO had resigned in disgrace. And there, in a background photo, was Scarlett, looking younger but unmistakable. Why show me this now? Because, Cameron started, but my phone buzzed. It was Jonathan. Terrence is ready to meet, now. I have to go, I stood up, leaving my untouched coffee. Elizabeth, wait. Cameron grabbed my wrist. Be careful. Clay's not thinking straight, and Scarlett, she's dangerous. I pulled my arm free. Thanks for the warning, but you might want to tell your brother that. The drive to Terrence's house took 20 minutes. He lived in a modest suburban home, nothing like what you'd expect from a former CFO. Jonathan was waiting in the driveway. He's nervous, Jonathan warned as we walked to the door. Took some convincing to get him to meet. Terrence opened the door before we could knock. He'd aged since I'd last seen him, his hair grayer, his face more lined. "Elizabeth, Jonathan, come in quickly." His living room was filled with papers and files. A laptop hummed on a cluttered desk. "I've been expecting this visit," Terence said, closing the blinds. "Ever since Clay forced me out, I knew someday someone would come asking questions." "Then you know why we're here." I sat down on his worn couch. "Clay's been stealing from the company." Terence moved to his desk, typing rapidly. "But it's worse than that. He's been cooking the books for years, hiding losses, inflating profits." Jonathan leaned forward. "How bad is it?" "Bad enough to send him to prison." Terence turned his laptop around. "Look at these transactions. Every quarter, money disappears into offshore accounts. Then it's written off as consulting fees or operational costs." I scanned the numbers, my stomach turning. How did nobody notice? "Oh, people noticed." Terence's voice was bitter. "But Clay's good at making problems disappear. Ask Marcus from accounting, or Sarah from legal, or me. We need proof," Jonathan said. "Something concrete we can take to the board." Terence smiled for the first time. "Why do you think I kept copies of everything? Been waiting for someone with the power to actually do something about it." He pulled out her external hard drive. "Everything's here. Every transaction, every fake consultation, every threatening email. I even have recordings." "Recordings?" I asked. He nodded. "Clay has a habit of making threats in person, thinking it leaves no trace. He forgot about my hearing aid." He tapped his ear. "Latest model, records everything." My phone buzzed again. Selena. "Emergency. Clay and Scarlett spotted entering law firm downtown. Looking like they're making moves." "We need to move faster." I showed Jonathan the message. "Terence, are you willing to testify if it comes to that? That's why I kept all this." He gestured to the hard drive. "But Elizabeth, you need to know something else. Your father, he suspected what Clay was capable of. That's why he set up the trust the way he did." "What do you mean?" "Robert knew Clay would try to take everything eventually. He told me to watch, wait, and be ready when you finally saw the truth." Terence's eyes were kind. "He always said you were smarter than Clay gave you credit for." My throat tightened. "Thank you, Terence." "Don't thank me yet." He handed me the hard drive. "This is going to get ugly before it gets better. Clay won't go down without a fight." "Neither will I." I stood up, clutching the drive. "Jonathan, can you start going through this tonight? We need to be ready before Clay makes his next move." As we left Terence's house, another text came through, this time from an unknown number. "Back off now, or everything you love burns." I showed it to Jonathan, who frowned. "They're getting nervous." "Good," I replied, getting into my car. "That means we're on the right track." The office was eerily quiet at midnight. I sat in Jonathan's office, surrounded by stacks of printed documents from Terence's hard drive, when my phone lit up with Selena's call. "You need to see this," she said without greeting. "Sending you an email now." I opened my laptop, clicking on her message. Inside was a video from a security camera, showing Clay and Scarlett in what looked like a heated argument in the company parking garage. "Where did you get this?" "Let's just say the security team likes me better than they like Clay," Selena replied. "Watch the whole thing." In the video, Scarlett was jabbing her finger at Clay's chest, her face contorted with anger. The audio was poor, but I could make out fragments. "Promised me, better deal, or I'll tell them everything." "Well," I said, "looks like trouble in paradise." "Keep watching." Clay grabbed Scarlett's arm, his face close to hers as he spoke. This time the audio was clearer. "Don't threaten me. Remember what happened at your last job. How quickly things can go wrong." "Is he threatening her?" I asked. "Looks that way." But here's the interesting part. I did some digging into those other companies Scarlett worked for. In each case, the CEO faced fraud charges, but Scarlett walked away clean. Almost like she was setting them up, I finished. A knock at the office door made me jump. Jonathan entered, looking exhausted but excited. "Selena, I'll call you back." I hung up. "What did you find? You're not going to believe this." He dropped a thick file on the desk. Remember those consulting fees Clay kept paying to offshore companies? They all trace back to a single account in the Cayman Islands. Guess who opened it? Scarlett. Better, Orlando. Our legal counsel, Orlando. I sat up straighter. The one who's supposed to be on our side. The same. Jonathan pulled up some documents on his computer. He's been helping Clay hide the money. But that's not even the best part. Look at these dates. I leaned in to see the screen. The transaction started exactly 1 month after Scarlett joined the company. They've been planning this from the beginning, I said. It gets worse. Jonathan clicked through more files. Orlando's been systematically destroying evidence. Documents are disappearing from the legal department's archives. My phone buzzed. Another text from the unknown number. Final warning, walk away now. I showed it to Jonathan. They're getting desperate. Elizabeth, he hesitated. Maybe we should bring in the authorities. Not yet. I stood up, pacing the office. We need to be smart about this. If we move too soon, they'll destroy everything. We need... The office door burst open. Clay stood there, his expensive suit wrinkled, his face flushed with anger. Working late, he sneered, looking between Jonathan and me. How cozy. Just catching up on some paperwork, I said calmly, subtly sliding Terrence's hard drive into my bag. Cut the act. Clay stepped into the office. I know what you're doing. Cameron told me about your little breakfast meeting. Did she tell you everything? I met his gaze. About Scarlett's interesting employment history. A flicker of uncertainty crossed his face before he masked it with anger. You need to stop digging, Elizabeth. For your own good. Or what? I stepped closer. You'll force me out. Make me disappear like Marcus. Like Terrence. You have no idea what you're dealing with, he growled. Actually, I do. I pulled out my phone, playing the video Selena sent. Threatening your pregnant mistress in the parking garage? Not very paternal of you. Clay's face went pale. Where did you get that? I have friends too, Clay. Loyal ones. Unlike Scarlett, who seems ready to flip on you at any moment. He moved so quickly I barely had time to react, grabbing my arm roughly. Listen carefully. Take your hands off her. Jonathan's voice was steel. He'd moved between us, his larger frame forcing Clay back. Now. Clay released me, straightening his jacket. This isn't over. You're right about that. I rubbed my arm. It's just beginning. After Clay stormed out, Jonathan turned to me. You okay? Fine. I picked up my bag. But we need to move faster. Call Orlando first thing tomorrow. Tell him we need to review all the acquisition documents from the past year. Why? Because, I smiled grimly, we're going to give him exactly what he wants, a chance to destroy evidence. Only this time, we'll be watching to see exactly what he tries to make disappear. Jonathan nodded slowly. Setting a trap. Exactly. Clay's not the only one who knows how to play dirty. Orlando's office smelled of expensive leather and anxiety. He shuffled through the acquisition documents we'd requested, his normally steady hands trembling slightly. I'm not finding the Palmer merger files, he said, avoiding eye contact. They must be in storage. That's odd. I leaned against his desk. I could have sworn I saw them here last week. His Adam's apple bobbed. Perhaps you're mistaken. I'm not. I pulled out my phone, showing him a photo. See? Right there on your desk, dated last Tuesday, along with some very interesting offshore account documents. The color drained from his face. Elizabeth, I can explain. Save it. I cut him off. I know you've been helping Clay hide money. The question is, what are you going to do now? I don't know what you're talking about. He started gathering papers, but I placed my hand firmly on them. Let me be clear, Orlando. I have copies of everything. Every transaction, every fake consultation, every deleted document. The only question is whether you want to be a witness or a defendant. The door opened, and Selena walked in, followed by Jonathan. Perfect timing, I smiled. Show him what we found. Jonathan opened his laptop, turning it toward Orlando. These are the transfer records. Your signature is on every one of them. And here, he clicked to another document, is your Cayman Islands account information. How did you... Orlando slumped in his chair. Did Clay tell you I was just a trophy wife? I sat on the edge of his desk. That I wouldn't figure it out. That I wouldn't fight back. He said you'd take the settlement and leave quietly. Orlando wiped sweat from his forehead. He promised nobody would get hurt. Selena scoffed. Tell that to Marcus. Or Terrence. I had no choice. Orlando's voice cracked. Clay had evidence. From my past. He said he'd destroy me. And now I can destroy you. I leaned forward. Unless you help us. A knock at the door made us all jump. Cameron stood there looking uncertain. Sorry to interrupt, but... She glanced at Orlando, then back to me. We have a problem. Scarlett's gone. What do you mean, gone? I stood up. She cleared out her apartment last night. Clay's been trying to reach her all morning. Cameron stepped into the office, closing the door. And she took documents with her, lots of them. Orlando went even paler. Oh, God. What documents? Jonathan demanded. Everything, Orlando whispered. She has copies of everything. It was our insurance policy in case Clay tried to double-cross us. I exchanged looks with Jonathan and Selena. This changed things. New plan. I turned back to Orlando. You're going to call Clay. Tell him you need to meet, urgently. Why would I? Because if you don't, Selena cut in, these documents go to the FBI within the hour. Orlando's shoulders sagged in defeat. What do you want me to say? Tell him Scarlett contacted you, that she's threatening to expose everything unless she gets $5 million by tomorrow. But that's not true, Orlando protested. Isn't it? Cameron stepped forward. She's done this before, 3 times, always the same pattern. Seduce, record, blackmail, vanish. Orlando picked up his phone with shaking hands. He'll know it's a trap. No, I smiled coldly. He'll be too scared to think straight. Just like you were when he threatened you. We listened as Orlando made the call, his voice admirably steady as he fed Clay our story. When he hung up, he looked sick. He's coming here now. Perfect, I turned to Jonathan. Get everything ready in the conference room. Selena, call Terrence, it's time. What are you going to do? Cameron asked. I'm going to give your brother exactly what he wants, a chance to fix everything. I headed for the door. He just won't like how I do it. Elizabeth, Orlando called out. There's something else you should know. The pregnancy, it's not real. It was part of their plan to push you out faster. I stopped at the door. I know. A woman that calculating wouldn't let an actual pregnancy complicate her con. How did you... Because I'm not just a trophy wife. I turned back one last time. I'm my father's daughter. And it's time everyone remembered that. As we left Orlando's office, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. But this time, it wasn't a threat. It was an address, followed by 4 words. Want to make a deal? Scarlett? Selena asked, reading over my shoulder. Looks like our trap caught a different mouse. I forwarded the message to Jonathan. Get me everything you can on this address. We're about to play both sides against the middle. The pieces were falling into place faster than I'd expected. Now I just had to make sure they fell in the right order. The warehouse district was deserted at this hour, just as I'd expected. I parked my car, where Selena could see it from her surveillance position, and walked toward the address Scarlett had sent. I don't like this. Jonathan's voice crackled through my hidden earpiece. She could be setting you up. That's why we have backup, I murmured, spotting Scarlett's silhouette through a grimy window. Everyone in position? Yes, Selena confirmed, and I've got everything recording. I pushed open the heavy metal door. Scarlett stood in the center of the empty space, looking nothing like the polished mistress I'd seen in photos. Her designer clothes were replaced by jeans and a plain black sweater. You came alone? She asked. Did you? She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Touché. Let's talk business. Let's talk about how you've done this before. I stepped closer. 3 other companies, 3 other CEOs, always the same pattern. 4, actually, she corrected. The first one never made the news. She pulled out a USB drive. Want to know what's on this? Let me guess. Evidence of Clay's fraud, recordings of your conversations, proof of the fake pregnancy? Her smile faltered slightly. You've done your homework. More than Clay did before he hired you. Men like Clay are all the same. She twirled the drive between her fingers, so convinced of their own brilliance that they never see the trap until it's too late. And what's your price for that drive? 3 million, half of what Clay offered to get rid of you. I laughed. You really think he has that kind of money? The offshore accounts are empty, Scarlett. He's been moving money around to look wealthy, but it's all smoke and mirrors. Now it was her turn to look uncertain. You're lying. Check your Cayman account. Orlando transferred everything out this morning. Her face went white. She pulled out her phone, fingers flying over the screen. I watched the moment she realized I was telling the truth. That son of a... He played you, I interrupted, just like you played him. Difference is, I saw you both coming. What do you want? Her voice had lost its confidence. Everything. The drive, your testimony, the whole story. Why would I... The warehouse door crashed open. Clay stood there, face contorted with rage, Orlando nervously hovering behind him. You backstabbing bitch! Clay stormed towards Scarlett. Right on time, I muttered into my earpiece. You stole from me. Scarlett backed away from Clay. I saw the accounts. You were never supposed to get that money, Clay shouted. It was just to keep you quiet until... Until what? I cut in. Until you'd forced me out, taken control of the company, hidden all the evidence of your fraud. Stay out of this. Clay turned on me. This is your fault. If you'd just left like you were supposed to. Like Marcus left. I stepped forward. Like Terrence, or maybe like Sarah from legal. You don't understand anything, Clay sneered. I built this company. No, my father built it, I corrected. You just figured out how to steal it. With help, of course. I looked at Scarlett. Though your helper wasn't as loyal as you thought. Enough! Clay reached into his jacket. Gun! Jonathan's voice crackled in my ear. But before Clay could pull whatever he was reaching for, the warehouse lights blazed to full power. Terrence stepped out from behind a pillar, followed by 2 FBI agents. Actually, Terrence said calmly, I think that's quite enough evidence. He held up his hearing aid. Amazing what these little devices can record these days. Clay's face went from rage to shock to fear in seconds. You can't... Federal agents. One of the FBI agents stepped forward. Everyone stay where you are. You set me up, Scarlett whispered, staring at me. No, I watched as the agents began reading rights. You and Clay set yourselves up. I just made sure everyone was here to see it. Elizabeth, Clay tried one last time as the agents cuffed him. We can work something out. We already did. I held up my phone, showing him the board's emergency resolution that had just come through. You're fired, effective immediately. And since I control the majority shares, this time it's permanent. As they led Clay and Scarlett away, Orlando hung back, looking lost. What about me? He asked quietly. That depends, I turned to him. How much are you willing to tell the FBI about everything you've seen? He straightened his tie, decision made. Everything. I'll tell them everything. Smart choice, Selena said, finally entering the warehouse. Unlike some people, you might actually get to see daylight again. I watched as the FBI led them all away, feeling not triumph, but a deep, settled certainty. Clay had thought he was writing the ending to our story. Instead, he'd only managed to write his own. The courtroom buzzed with tension as Clay's lawyer finished his opening statement. I sat in the front row, watching my soon-to-be ex-husband's perfectly tailored prison jumpsuit and carefully practiced remorseful expression. He still thinks he can charm his way out of this, Selena whispered beside me. Not this time, Jonathan murmured from my other side. The prosecutor stood, a stack of documents in her hands. Your Honor, the state calls Elizabeth to the stand. Walking to the witness stand, I caught Clay's eye. He tried to give me that smile, the one that used to make my knees weak. Now it just made my resolve stronger. Please state your name for the record, the prosecutor began. Elizabeth Marie Dixon, though I'm in the process of reclaiming my maiden name. Can you tell the court about when you first discovered the financial irregularities in your family's company? I leaned toward the microphone. It started small. Missing documents, unusual transfers, board members being pushed out for questioning decisions. And when did you begin collecting evidence? Objection. Clay's lawyer stood. Relevance? Goes to establishing pattern and premeditation, Your Honor, the prosecutor countered. Overruled. Continue. I straightened in my seat. I started gathering evidence about a year ago, when I noticed large consulting fees being paid to companies that didn't exist. Did you confront Mr. Dixon about these irregularities? Not directly. I'd seen what happened to others who questioned him. Marcus from accounting was fired and blacklisted. Terence, our CFO, was forced into early retirement. Sarah from legal disappeared completely. The prosecutor held up a document. Your Honor, I'd like to enter into evidence Exhibit A, emails between the defendant and Orlando, showing their coordination in removing these employees. Clay shifted in his seat, his confident facade cracking slightly. And when did you become aware of Ms. Spencer's involvement? After Clay told me she was pregnant and demanded I leave our home. I kept my voice steady. That's when I started looking into her background and found her connection to similar schemes at other companies. Objection. Clay's lawyer again. Speculation. Your Honor, we have documentation from 3 separate cases where Mrs. Spencer was involved in nearly identical fraud schemes. Overruled. The questioning continued as we laid out the entire scheme. The fake pregnancy, the offshore accounts, the threatened employees, all of it. With each piece of evidence, Clay's expression grew darker. Then came the recording from the warehouse. Clay's voice filled the courtroom. You were never supposed to get that money. It was just to keep you quiet until... Until what? My recorded voice asked. Until I'd gotten rid of her. Until I had full control. The prosecutor paused the recording. To be clear, who is her in this recording? Me, I said. He was planning to force me out of my father's company. The company you legally held majority shares in, correct? Yes. My father set up a blind trust before he died. Clay never bothered to read the fine print. A ripple of murmurs went through the courtroom. Clay's lawyer was frantically whispering to him, but Clay shoved him away, standing suddenly. She's lying, he shouted. She manipulated everything. She set me up. Mr. Dixon, sit down, the judge ordered. You think you're so clever, Clay continued, pointing at me. You think you've won? I built that company. I made it what it is. Remove the defendant, the judge commanded. As bailiffs moved toward Clay, he lunged forward. You're nothing without me, nothing. Jonathan was on his feet instantly, moving between Clay and me as the bailiffs grabbed him. Order! The judge's gavel cracked like a gunshot. One more outburst and you'll be held in contempt, Mr. Dixon. As they forced Clay back into his seat, I caught Scarlett's eye from where she sat with her own lawyer. She gave me a small nod. Our deal was still on. Her testimony would be next, and it would bury Clay completely. No further questions, Your Honor, the prosecutor said. Clay's lawyer stood for cross-examination, but the damage was done. His outburst had shown everyone exactly who he was. Not the polished, confident CEO, but a desperate man who'd lost everything because of his own greed and arrogance. As I stepped down from the witness stand, Cameron caught my eye from the back of the courtroom. She mouthed 2 words. I'm sorry. I nodded slightly. She'd made her choice to testify against her brother, choosing truth over family loyalty. It couldn't have been easy. Back in my seat, Selena squeezed my hand. You did it. Not yet, I whispered back, watching as Scarlett took the stand. But we're about to. The prosecutor stood again. Ms. Spencer, can you tell the court about your first meeting with Mr. Dixon and the plan you developed together? Scarlett leaned into the microphone, and I watched Clay's last hopes crumble as she began to speak. Guilty on all counts. The judge's words echoed through the courtroom as Clay stared straight ahead, his perfect facade finally shattered. I watched as they led him away, his designer suit replaced by prison orange, his confident stride reduced to a shuffle. 20 years, Selena whispered beside me. That's what you call karma. Outside the courthouse, reporters swarmed, microphones thrust in my face. Elizabeth, how does it feel to take back your company? The company was never the point, I said clearly. This was about justice, for Marcus, for Terence, for Sarah, and for everyone else Clay hurt along the way. Back at the office, I found Jonathan waiting in my father's old office. My office now. He had a stack of papers on the desk. The board approved everything, he said. Marcus has agreed to return as CFO, and Sarah's already back in legal. And Terence? Consulting position, his terms. Says he's too old to work full-time, but he'll help train the new team. I sat behind the desk, running my fingers over the smooth wood. What about Orlando? 3 years, with cooperation. He's already helping the FBI track down similar schemes at other companies. And Scarlett? Witness protection, Selena said, walking in. Apparently she's got evidence on bigger fish than Clay. The FBI's very interested. Cameron's outside. Jonathan nodded toward the reception area. Says she needs to talk to you. I found her pacing by the windows, looking out over the city. She turned as I approached. I sold my shares, she said without preamble. I can't stay here after everything. I understand. Do you? She met my eyes. He's still my brother, Elizabeth, despite everything. I know, that's why I'm giving you this. I handed her an envelope. She opened it, eyes widening. This is a contract for your own consulting firm, independent, but with us as your first client. You can build something of your own, Cameron, something honest. Tears welled in her eyes. Why would you do this, after everything? Because you chose truth over loyalty. That counts for something. The elevator dinged, and Marcus stepped out, looking uncertain in his new suit. Sarah was with him, her head held high despite her obvious nervousness. Welcome back, I called out. Ready to get to work? Their smiles were answer enough. Later that evening, I sat in my father's, my office, looking at his photo on the wall. You'd be proud, Selena said from the doorway. The company's stock is up 30% since the verdict was announced. That's not why he'd be proud, I smiled, standing up. Come on, we've got a dinner to get to. The restaurant was packed, but they led us straight to our reserved table. Marcus, Sarah, Jonathan, Terence, and even Cameron were already there. A toast, Terence raised his glass, to Elizabeth, who reminded us that sometimes the quiet ones are the ones you should watch out for. To justice, Sarah added. To new beginnings, Cameron said softly. My phone buzzed, a message from an unknown number. For a moment my heart stopped, but this wasn't a threat. It was from Scarlett. Thank you for the second chance. Some of us do learn from our mistakes. Everything okay? Jonathan asked. Perfect. I put my phone away. Actually, I have an announcement. The board approved my proposal this morning. We're starting a foundation for corporate whistleblowers. Legal support, job placement, protection, everything we wished we'd had. The Clayton Dixon Memorial Foundation, Selena suggested with a smirk. No, I smiled. The Truth Tellers Foundation. Because sometimes the truth needs a little help coming to light. Your father would have loved that, Terence said quietly. I know. I looked around the table at these people who'd risked everything for truth. But more importantly, it's the right thing to do. As dinner wound down, I found myself thinking not about Clay's betrayal, or even my revenge, but about the future. The company was stronger than ever, built on transparency and truth instead of lies and manipulation. We were creating something meaningful, something that would help others stand up against corruption. Ready to go? Selena asked. Actually, I smiled, I think I'm exactly where I need to be. Because in the end, this wasn't just about taking back what was mine. It was about building something better from the ashes of betrayal. Clay had taught me an important lesson. Power isn't about control or manipulation. It's about using your strength to lift others up. And that's exactly what I intended to do.
The cruise terminal gleamed in the morning sun as I wheeled my designer luggage toward the gangway, flanked by my husband Travis and his sister Valentina. After 5 years of marriage and countless promises of someday, we were finally taking that dream vacation I'd saved so carefully for. I'm Layla, and this was supposed to be the moment everything changed. It did, just not how I expected. "This is as far as you go," Travis said, his hand suddenly gripping my arm. His voice had that silky smooth quality I'd grown to hate. "What?" I stopped, confusion clouding my excitement. "What do you mean?" Valentina's perfectly lined lips curved into a smirk. "Oh, honey, did you really think you were coming? This is a premium luxury cruise for people with class. But I paid for—" The realization hit me like a physical blow. "You used my money, all of it?" "Consider it compensation for putting up with you," Travis laughed, already backing away. 5 years of pretending you belonged in our world? That's worth something." My hands trembled as I reached for my phone, only to find my banking apps locked out. They'd planned this, timed it perfectly. "That's my life savings, clapped," I whispered, though my voice grew stronger with each word. $300,000. "Had to cover first-class everything," Valentina chirped, waving her manicured fingers at her designer outfit. "Plus the spa packages, premium dining, shore excursions. You know how it adds up." Passengers streamed around us, their excited chatter a stark contrast to the ice forming in my chest. A young family brushed past, their little girl clutching a stuffed dolphin. I watched them disappear up the gangway while my world imploded. "Travis, please," I said, hating how small my voice sounded. "We can talk about this." He adjusted his Rolex, bought with my bonus last year, and shook his head. "There's nothing to talk about. You served your purpose. Have a nice life being poor." He grabbed their matching luggage and headed for the ship's entrance, Valentina trailing behind like an entitled shadow. "By the way," she called over her shoulder, "we're keeping the house too. Might want to start apartment hunting." I stood there, surrounded by excited travelers, watching my husband and his sister board a luxury cruise ship with everything I owned. The betrayal burned, but something else burned hotter. Rage, carefully banked and controlled. What they didn't know was that I'm a financial analyst. Numbers are my life, and for the past year, I documented every suspicious transaction, every forged signature, every borrowed dollar. Each time Travis insisted I add his name to an account for convenience, I kept the paperwork. Every time Valentina borrowed my credit card for emergency shopping, I tracked it. They thought I was naive, trusting, weak. The ship's horn blasted, deep and resonant. From the upper deck, I could see them at the railing, champagne glasses already in hand. Valentina blew me a mocking kiss, while Travis wrapped his arm around her waist, both of them laughing down at me. My phone felt heavy in my hand. One call would start it all, the carefully orchestrated plan I'd been building like a silent fortress around myself. They thought they were so clever, timing this for a holiday weekend when banks and courts would be closed. But my lawyer, Emma, was waiting. My friend Haley, now chief security officer for the cruise line, was expecting my signal. And somewhere in the city, Travis's Aunt Daisy sat with a stack of documents that would blow their family's financial house of cards sky high. A port official approached me, concern on his face. "Ma'am, are you all right? Do you need assistance?" I straightened my spine, smiled, and shook my head. "No, thank you. I'm exactly where I need to be." The ship's engines rumbled to life as I pulled up Emma's number. Travis and Valentina thought they were embarking on a 2-week luxury cruise. They had no idea they were sailing straight into the perfect storm I'd spent months creating. My thumb hovered over the call button as I watched them raise their glasses in a toast. "Enjoy the champagne," I whispered, finally pressing call. "It's the last thing you'll be celebrating for a very long time." Emma picked up on the first ring. Layla? Did they do it? I took one last look at the ship, my voice steady and cold. Yes, time to make them pay. Every last penny. You're sure about this? Emma asked. Once we start, there's no going back. I thought about 5 years of manipulation, of playing the dutiful wife while they bled me dry, of Travis's smug smile and Valentina's condescending smirk. My answer was simple. Make the calls, all of them, now. Emma's office buzzed with focused energy as Palmer, her assistant, spread documents across the conference table. My hidden folders, 3 years of meticulous record-keeping, lay open like a roadmap of betrayal. Look at this, Palmer said, tapping his tablet. They didn't just take your savings. They opened a line of credit in your name 2 weeks ago. Maximum amount, $150,000. I leaned forward, my hands steady as I scrolled through the fraudulent application. That's not my signature. No, Emma agreed, her heels clicking as she paced. That's digital forgery, and it's federal fraud when it crosses state lines, which a cruise definitely does. She paused, studying me. You knew they were planning something like this, didn't you? I suspected. I pulled up a voice recording on my phone. Listen, Travis's voice filled the room. Just sign here, babe. It's easier if I have access to everything. You know how busy I get with clients. A pause. What, don't you trust me? After everything I've done for you? Emma's expression hardened. Classic financial abuse tactics. When did you start recording? 2 years ago, after I found statements showing he'd borrowed $50,000 for Valentina's failed jewelry business. I played another recording, Valentina this time, drunk and bragging at a family dinner about how easy it was to manipulate me. My phone buzzed. Haley, I put her on speaker. You're not going to believe this, she said, her voice crackling with satisfaction. They're up on the Lido deck right now, charging champagne to your credit card. Want to see? A photo popped up. Travis and Valentina lounging by the pool, surrounded by bottles of Dom Perignon. Their new friends clustered around them, all designer swimwear and practiced poses. They've told everyone they're trust fund babies, Haley continued, living off their family fortune. Should I mention to the captain that their fortune is actually stolen money? Emma's eyes gleamed. Not yet. First, we need to... Freeze everything, Palmer interrupted, still typing furiously. Holy shit, Layla. Look at this. He turned his screen toward us. Multiple offshore accounts, all linked to a shell company in Travis's name. Regular transfers, small enough to fly under radar, dating back years. He wasn't just stealing from you, Palmer said quietly. These transactions match complaints from his elderly clients. He's been running a Ponzi scheme. My hands clenched. Those sweet old couples who came to dinner, who brought us Christmas cookies. Got proof? Emma asked sharply. I pulled out my external hard drive. Every client meeting he held in our home office, I had a camera running. Standard security measure, he said. His idea. I allowed myself a small smile. Funny how that worked out. Emma was already dialing. Judge Harrison? Sorry to bother you at home, but I need an emergency injunction. I'm sending evidence of ongoing financial fraud, elder abuse, and identity theft. Yes, I'll hold. Haley's voice crackled through the speaker again. Layla, ship's purser just flagged unusual spending patterns on your cards. Want me to let it ride? Build more evidence? No, I said firmly. Let them dig the hole deeper. Just send me pictures? Oh, I've got better than pictures. Haley's grin was audible. I've got their dinner reservation tonight at the captain's table. Very exclusive, very public. Perfect place for, say, a formal inquiry into financial irregularities. Emma covered the phone. Judge is signing the order. All accounts frozen within the hour. But Layla, she fixed me with a stern look. You know they'll figure it out soon. The moment those cards decline. They'll panic, I finished. Good. Let them feel what I felt, watching my life savings disappear. I looked at the photo again, their smug faces, the scattered champagne bottles, the obvious lies, But not yet. Let them enjoy their false security a little longer. My phone chimed with another message, this one from Daisy, Travis's aunt. Found the old trust fund papers, the ones proving what Travis and Valentina's parents did to me. When do you need them? Palmer whistled low. Like mother? Like son? Like family, I corrected, typing back to Daisy. Tomorrow. Bring everything. Emma hung up, triumphant. Injunction granted. Banking freeze starts at midnight ship time. Perfect! I stood, gathering my files. That gives them exactly enough time to order the most expensive items on the captain's dinner menu, and not quite enough time to pay for them. Haley sent one final message, another photo of the happy fraudsters, this time with Travis holding up a glass in mock salute to the camera. Let's wipe that smug off, she wrote. I stared at his familiar smile, the one I'd once loved, before I understood what lay behind it. Oh, we will, I whispered. We absolutely will. Haley's surveillance feed showed Travis and Valentina living their best stolen life. They'd spent the morning at the spa, my credit card still working thanks to Emma's strategic timing, and were now holding court by the infinity pool. These two are something else, Haley messaged, sending a clip of Valentina addressing her new Instagram followers. Listen to this garbage. Living my best life on this absolutely divine cruise. Valentina's voice dripped with affected sophistication. When you come from old money like we do, it's important to maintain certain standards. I watched Travis in the background, charming an elderly couple with his practiced smile. The same smile he'd used on me, on his clients, on everyone he'd ever scammed. Turn up the audio on that conversation, I texted Haley. Just a modest family portfolio, Travis was saying, swirling expensive scotch in his glass. My sister and I believe in maintaining our parents' legacy of discreet wealth management. The elderly woman nodded appreciatively. So rare to see young people with such financial acumen these days. My phone rang. Emma. You need to see what Palmer just found, she said without preamble. Remember those offshore accounts? They're linked to a series of complaints filed against Travis's old investment firm. All buried, all settled quietly. How quietly? Quiet enough that his current clients have no idea he was fired for suspicious activity. He told them he left to start his own practice. I closed my eyes, remembering all the client meetings in our home office, the trust in their eyes, the careful way they counted out their retirement savings. Send everything to Haley, I said. The ship's financial compliance officer will need it. As if on cue, Haley messaged. Captain's reviewing the evidence. He's not happy. International waters have strict financial regulations. Fraud on his ship makes him personally liable. I watched the feed as a uniformed officer approached Travis by the pool. The conversation was brief, professional. Travis's face remained composed, but I saw the slight tightening around his eyes. What's happening? I asked Haley. Standard procedure. All passengers using credit lines over certain amounts need to verify funds. Travis just got flagged for random checking. Valentina was still recording her luxury lifestyle, oblivious to her brother's growing discomfort. And of course, darlings, when you're used to the finer things, you simply must have the premium beverage package. Palmer sent another update. Found something interesting in the trust fund records. Looks like Travis and Valentina pulled this same stunt before with their own parents' money. How much? Enough to force their parents into early retirement. They're living in a small apartment in Florida now, cut off all contact with their kids. The pieces clicked. That's why they needed me, I typed back. They burned through their parents' money, needed a fresh source. On screen, Travis returned to his lounger, his movements slightly stiffer than before. He grabbed his phone, probably checking accounts I'd already frozen. Incoming, Haley warned. He's trying to access the ship's satellite Wi-Fi to make some transfers. Should I let him? Yes, Emma chimed in via group chat. Let him try. Every attempted transaction is more evidence. I watched Travis's expression darken as his transfers failed. He pulled Valentina aside, their heated whispers just barely picked up by Haley's microphones. "What do you mean, problem with the accounts?" Valentina hissed. "Shut up and smile," Travis muttered. "I'll handle it." But his next call wasn't to their bank, it was to one of his elderly clients. I could hear the fake concern in his voice. "Just checking on that investment we discussed. Yes, yes, immediate growth opportunity. If you could wire the funds today." "Got that recorded," Haley confirmed. "Attempting to commit fraud while under investigation. Captain's going to love this." A new message popped up from Daisy. "Meeting with the prosecutor tomorrow, bringing everything about the family trust fund scheme. Your lawyer says it establishes pattern of behavior?" "Perfect timing," Emma replied to all. Palmer just found 6 more complaints against Travis, all elderly victims, all within the last year. On the ship's feed, Travis and Valentina had separated. She was back to documenting their luxury suite while he paced on his balcony, making call after failed call. "Haley," I typed. "How long until they figure it out?" "Soon, very soon. Captain's called a special meeting with his financial officer. Once they verify all the evidence." I watched Travis run his hands through his perfectly styled hair, his composure cracking. Valentina posted another smiling photo with the caption, "Living the dream, so blessed to afford this amazing lifestyle." "Let them post," Emma advised. "Every social media brag about their wealth is evidence of intent to deceive." The ship's feed showed the captain now, reviewing documents in his office, his face growing sterner by the minute. "He's calling for security," Haley reported. "Want to guess where they're heading?" I smiled, cold and satisfied. "Straight to my loving husband and his dear sister, I hope." "You got it. And Layla? The captain doesn't tolerate fraud, not even a little bit." The security camera feed showed Travis strutting into the captain's office, all confidence and practiced charm. 40 minutes later, he stumbled out, ashen-faced and sweating. "What happened?" Valentina demanded when he returned to their suite. The ship's microphones caught every word. "Nothing, just routine verification." Travis's voice shook slightly. "Where's your phone?" "Posting about our caviar lunch. Why?" "Delete it. Delete everything." Valentina laughed. "Are you crazy? I have 2,000 new followers. They love our luxury lifestyle content." "Damn it, Val." Travis grabbed her phone. "The captain knows about the credit cards, the transfers, everything. They're watching us." While they argued, I sat in Daisy's living room, surrounded by yellowed documents and old photos. Their aunt's hands trembled as she showed me a family picture. "That's their father," she said, pointing to a man with Travis's smile. "My brother, the one who stole my inheritance." "Tell me everything," I said, recording on my phone with her permission. "Our parents left a trust fund, equal shares for both of us. Robert, their father, convinced me to let him manage my portion, said he'd double it with smart investments." She laughed bitterly. "Sound familiar?" "What happened?" "Same thing that happened to you, same thing that happened to their parents. He drained it all, then taught his kids the family business." She pulled out bank statements, court documents. "By the time I figured it out, the money was gone. I was too ashamed to press charges." My phone buzzed with updates from the ship. Valentina was having a meltdown over her social media. "They're calling me a fraud," she shrieked. "My followers are saying I'm lying about everything." "Because you are," Travis snapped. "Now shut up and help me figure this out." I forwarded Daisy's evidence to Emma, who responded immediately. "This is perfect. Shows generational pattern of fraud. Judge will love it." Palmer chimed in. "Found something else. Travis tried accessing his offshore accounts an hour ago. Multiple failed attempts." "He's getting desperate, right?" Haley added. "Just tried using a different credit card at the ship's casino. Declined. Made quite a scene." I imagined Travis's face. That familiar mix of rage and calculation when things didn't go his way. Right on cue, Haley sent new footage. "Watch this," she wrote. Travis was at the purser's desk, trying to charm the staff. There must be some mistake. I'm a private wealth manager. My clients include some very influential people. The purser remained professional but firm. I'm sorry, sir, but all your cards have been declined. Additionally, the captain requires you and your sister to remain in your cabin until further notice. Under whose authority? International maritime law, sir, regarding financial crimes at sea. Back in Daisy's living room, I watched Travis's composure crack completely. Send me everything, I told Daisy. Every document, every photo, every piece of evidence about what they did to you. Already scanned and sent to your lawyer, she said. Make them pay, Layla, not just for you, for all of us they've hurt. My phone lit up with a series of messages. Emma. Judge-approved expanded investigation. FBI's interested in the elder fraud angle. Palmer. Found 3 more offshore accounts. All empty now. They must have been planning this for months. Haley. Captain's making an announcement tomorrow morning. Want me to send you the live feed? I looked at Daisy, saw the years of pain behind her eyes. They thought they were so clever, she said quietly. Just like their father, always underestimating the quiet ones. On my phone screen, Travis and Valentina paced their luxury suite like caged animals. Their social media empire was crumbling. Past victims were finding Valentina's posts, sharing their own stories of fraud and betrayal. What do we do? Valentina's voice cracked. Travis, what do we do? For once, Travis had no smooth answers. He stared at his useless phone, at the locked balcony door, at the security guard posted outside their suite. Layla, he whispered, and I heard real fear in his voice. This is Layla. The wife you thought was too stupid to notice? Valentina laughed hysterically. The one you said would never figure it out? Shut up, Travis roared. Just shut up and let me think. But there was nothing to think about. No clever escape, no smooth talk to fix this. They'd sailed right into my trap, and tomorrow morning the captain would spring it shut. 9 a.m. ship time, Haley confirmed. That's when the announcement goes live. Every passenger, every crew member, every social media follower will know exactly who they are. I smiled at Daisy, took her trembling hands in mine. Want to watch it together? She squeezed my fingers. Wouldn't miss it for the world. The ship's main dining room buzzed with breakfast conversation as passengers enjoyed their luxury buffet. Travis and Valentina sat alone at a corner table, picking at their food, jumping at every announcement over the PA system. Live feeds up, Haley messaged. You watching? Daisy and I sat in her living room, coffee growing cold as we stared at my laptop screen. Emma and Palmer had joined via video call, while Haley's camera showed multiple angles of the dining room. At exactly 9 a.m., the PA system crackled. Good morning, passengers. This is your captain speaking. Travis's head snapped up, his fork clattering against fine china. I regret to inform you that we have confirmed serious financial crimes being committed aboard this vessel. As per maritime law and cruise line policy, we will now be taking action. The dining room fell silent. Valentina's face went pale beneath her expensive makeup. Would passengers Travis and Valentina please remain seated? Security will escort you to the detention area. All other passengers, please continue your breakfast. 4 uniformed officers approached their table. Travis stood, trying one last time to charm his way out. There's been a mistake, he said loudly. I'm a wealth manager. My clients... Your clients have been contacted by the FBI, one officer cut in. Please come with us. Valentina started crying, mascara running. But we're supposed to be at the pool party. I promised my followers... Your social media accounts have been suspended for fraud, the officer stated. Now, will you come quietly, or do we need to make this more uncomfortable? Heads turned. Phones came out. The wealthy passengers who'd fawned over their supposed old money status now whispered and pointed. Is it true? Someone called out. Were they stealing from old people? Travis's lawyer's smile cracked completely. This is all a misunderstanding, my wife. Your wife, the captain's voice boomed over the PA again, has provided extensive evidence of your crimes, including fraud against elderly clients, identity theft, and illegal use of stolen funds for this cruise. Gasps rippled through the dining room. Valentina collapsed into her chair, sobbing. Oh, God, Palmer said through our video call. This is better than Netflix. The security team moved in closer. Your cabin has been sealed. All purchases have been reversed to their rightful accounts. Please come with us now. Travis tried to bolt. He made it 3 steps before 2 officers caught him, his designer shirt ripping as they restrained him. Don't touch me, he shouted. Do you know who I am? Yes, the lead officer replied calmly. We know exactly who you are and who you've stolen from. Valentina had to be physically lifted from her chair, wailing about her Instagram followers and her reputation. Send the footage to everyone, Troyella, I told Haley. Their victims deserve to see this. Already trending, Palmer confirmed. Their old clients are sharing it everywhere. Through the ship's cameras, we watch them being marched through public areas. Valentina, barefoot after losing her expensive heels in the struggle. Travis, his carefully styled hair a mess, designer clothes wrinkled. My wife did this, he kept saying. That bitch set us up. No, the captain's voice came over the PA one final time. You did this to yourselves. We have zero tolerance for financial crimes at sea. Passengers, please note that these individuals will be turned over to authorities at our next port. Their luxury suite will be cleaned and reassigned. Emma's face appeared in our video chat. Port authorities are ready. FBI's waiting too. They're particularly interested in the elder fraud charges. Daisy squeezed my hand as we watched Travis and Valentina being led to the ship's detention area, a far cry from their premium suite. Those aren't even the worst charges, Palmer added. Wait until they hear about the international financial crimes. Those carry serious time. My phone buzzed with a message from one of Travis's elderly clients. Just saw the video. Is it true? Are you the one who caught them? Before I could respond, Haley sent one final clip. Travis and Valentina in their holding cell, all pretense gone. This is your fault, Valentina screamed at her brother. You said she was stupid. You said she'd never figure it out. Shut up! Travis slammed his hand against the wall. Just shut up and let me think. Think about what? We're finished. Our followers know, the clients know, everyone knows. I turned to Daisy, saw tears in her eyes. Your parents would be proud, she said softly. Standing up to them like this. It's not over, I replied, watching Travis pace his cell like a trapped animal. The next port is in 12 hours. That's 12 hours for them to sit and think about every person they've ever scammed. And after that? Daisy asked. I smiled, cold and satisfied. After that, they learn what it feels like to lose everything. Emma's office had become command central as more victims came forward. Palmer's desk disappeared under stacks of complaints, while my phone buzzed constantly with messages from Travis's former clients. Another one, Palmer announced, holding up his tablet. Retired school teacher, lost her pension. Says Travis convinced her to reinvest through his exclusive firm. Emma paced, phone pressed to her ear. Yes, Your Honor. 17 victims so far, total losses approaching $2 million. No, that doesn't include Mrs. Flores' stolen funds. My own phone lit up with a message from Haley. You need to see this. She'd sent footage from the ship's detention area. Travis sat in his cell, using his one phone call, not to a lawyer, but to his mother. Mom, please, his voice cracked. I know we hurt you and Dad, but I need help. They're saying federal charges. Like father, like son. His mother's voice was tired, defeated. We lost everything because of you two. Our home, our retirement, our dignity. Now you've done it to others? Mom? No, Travis, no more. Your father hasn't spoken a word since we found out what you did to Layla. He loved her like a daughter. The call ended. Travis slumped against the wall, while in the adjacent cell, Valentina scrolled through her phone's dying battery, reading comments on her last social media posts. "Fraud," she read aloud, voice shaking. "Thief! Hope you rot in jail. How could you steal from elderly people?" She threw the phone down. "They're all turning against us." "Karma's not just a social media hashtag," Palmer muttered, sorting through more victim statements. My laptop chimed with a video call from Daisy. "The prosecutor wants to meet," she said without preamble. "Says our family trust fund case shows a clear pattern going back years." "Send him everything," Emma instructed. "Every document, every photo, every piece of evidence about what they did to your parents' money." Another message from Haley popped up. "Ship docks in 3 hours. Local media got wind of the story. Cameras are waiting." I opened my social media for the first time since the cruise departed. My single post had gone viral. Just my passport, a digital boarding pass, and the caption, "We rise, not because we forget, but because we planned." The comments flooded in. "Queen of Revenge." "Financial Analyst, 1. Fraudsters, 0. "This is how you serve justice." But it was the private messages that mattered. Dozens from other victims of financial abuse, sharing their stories, asking for advice. "Palmer," I called. "Start a file. We're going to help these people." Emma hung up her phone, grinning. "Judge just approved the expanded civil suit. We can go after every asset, every account, every penny they've hidden." On the security feed, Travis and Valentina were being prepared for transfer. Their designer clothes had been replaced with standard issue garments. No makeup, no hair products, no carefully curated image. "I want my phone call," Valentina demanded. "You used it," the guard replied. "Tried to warn your Instagram followers to delete evidence, remember?" Travis looked directly at the camera, and for a moment I saw the mask completely drop. No charm, no smooth talks, no practiced smile, just raw, impotent rage. "Layla," he snarled, "I know you're watching. You think you're so clever? You think this is over?" "Actually," Haley's voice came through the cell's intercom, "it's just beginning. The FBI has some interesting questions about those offshore accounts." My phone buzzed again. The cruise line's corporate office. "Mrs. Flores, in light of your assistance in uncovering major fraud, we'd like to offer you a complimentary business class return voyage. Our captain specifically requested you as an honored guest." Palmer whistled low. "Now that's what I call a plot twist." Emma was already nodding. "Accept it. Let them see you return in triumph while they face charges." I looked at the security feed one last time. Travis and Valentina, former social media royalty, now being led to their perp walk in front of waiting cameras. "Should I?" I asked Daisy, still on video call. She smiled, steel in her eyes. "Take the cruise, Layla. Show them that their victims aren't hiding anymore." I typed my response to the cruise line, then posted one final social media update, a screenshot of my complimentary booking with the caption, "Sometimes justice takes a scenic route." Within minutes, it had thousands of shares. 3 hours to docking," Haley messaged. "Media's calling it the cruise ship karma case. Ready for the next phase?" I looked around Emma's office, at the victim statements, the evidence files, the growing list of charges, and felt a cold satisfaction settle in my chest. "Ready," I replied. "Let's show them what happens when you underestimate a quiet woman with a plan." The port buzzed with activity as the cruise ship docked. Local news vans lined the terminal, cameras trained on the gangway. Haley's live feed showed Travis and Valentina being escorted by ship security, their faces twisted with rage as they spotted the waiting media circus. "Mrs. Flores," a reporter called out, shoving a microphone forward. "How does it feel to expose one of the biggest cruise ship fraud cases in history?" I watched from Emma's office as the footage played live on multiple screens. Travis tried to shield his face while Valentina burst into fresh tears. "Don't film me," she shrieked. "This isn't fair. We're victims here." "Actually," Emma stepped forward, legal papers in hand, "we've documented 83 victims so far. Would you like to hear their names? The FBI agents waiting at the dock moved in smoothly, reading rights and applying handcuffs. The click of metal echoed through the microphones. My phone rang, Travis's number from the police station. Should I answer it? I asked Emma. She nodded. On speaker, let's hear his latest performance. You vindictive bitch, Travis spat the moment I answered. You ruined our lives. No, I replied calmly. You did that the day you called me your personal ATM. Remember that conversation? I do. I recorded it. Everything we had is gone. Our reputation, our social status. Your fraud scheme, I cut in. Your stolen money, the trust funds you drained, the elderly clients you robbed. He switched tactics, his voice softening to that familiar, manipulative tone. Baby, we can work this out. Remember how good we were together? Just drop the charges and... The charges aren't mine to drop. The FBI is very interested in those offshore accounts. Palmer burst into the office, tablet in hand. They found more. 3 storage units rented under fake names. Designer goods, jewelry, cash, all purchased with stolen money. Travis must have heard because he started swearing. I hung up as Haley sent new footage. Valentina being processed at the station, mascara streaked down her face. My followers, she wailed. My influencer contracts. It's all gone. Along with the $84,000 in ship charges, Haley messaged, which they're now personally liable for. Emma spread court documents across her desk. Judge fast-tracked the divorce proceedings given the criminal charges. Sign here, Layla. End this chapter for good. As I signed, my phone buzzed with a message from Travis's mother. Thank you for stopping them. We couldn't. We tried, but they took everything. Now maybe they'll finally face consequences. The news coverage continued all day. Every major network picked up the story. Social media fraudsters caught in cruise ship sting. Financial analyst takes down family fraud ring. Justice at sea, how one woman exposed $1 million scam. Look at this, Palmer called out, pointing to his screen. Their old victims are organizing, starting a support group, sharing resources. Your story gave them courage to come forward. Daisy arrived with lunch, watching the coverage with grim satisfaction. Their father called me, she said quietly. First time in 20 years. Said he's ready to testify about the original trust fund theft. The prosecution will love that, Emma noted, already typing notes. Shows a generational pattern of fraud. My phone lit up again. Haley sending the final security footage from the ship. The luxury suite being cleaned, their abandoned designer clothes and jewelry cataloged as evidence, their social media accounts, once full of stolen luxury, now replaced with court documents and victim statements. One last call coming through, Emma warned, pointing to my phone. Valentina. I put it on speaker. How could you? She sobbed. We're family. No, I corrected her. We were marks. There's a difference. They're saying we'll go to prison. Real prison. Actions have consequences, Valentina. Maybe you'll learn that now. She started to respond, but I ended the call. Enough words had been spoken. Emma handed me the final divorce decree. It's done. Your name is legally restored. All joint accounts closed. I stared at my signature, remembering the day I'd signed our marriage license, the hope I'd felt then, the trust I'd given so freely. Was it worth it? Daisy asked softly. The planning, the waiting, the perfect trap? Before I could answer, Palmer called out again. First victim support group meeting has 40 people signed up. They're asking if you'll speak, Layla. Share your story. I looked at the news footage one last time. Travis and Valentina being led into the federal building, their carefully crafted world of lies crumbling around them. Yes, I said finally. It was worth it. Not just for me, but for everyone they hurt. Sometimes justice needs a quiet woman with a loud plan. Emma smiled, gathering the court documents. Speaking of plans, your return cruise departs next week. Ready to sail back in triumph? I nodded, feeling lighter than I had in years. More than ready. It's time to show everyone that the best revenge isn't just getting even, it's rising above. The return cruise felt different. Standing at the same terminal where Travis and Valentina had abandoned me, I watched families board with genuine excitement, not stolen luxury. "Mrs. Flores," a crew member approached. "The captain would like to escort you personally to your suite." The same suite Travis and Valentina had occupied now welcomed me with fresh flowers and a handwritten note. "Justice has a beautiful view. Captain Roberts." My phone buzzed, Emma sending updates from the morning's court proceedings. Travis and Valentina had pleaded guilty to reduced charges in exchange for helping recover stolen assets. "How bad?" I texted back. 8 years for Travis, 5 for Valentina, plus full restitution to all victims. The ship's horn sounded deep and resonant. This time I stood on the upper deck, watching the port grow smaller. "Thought you might want to see this?" Haley appeared beside me, tablet in hand. Live feed from their sentencing. Travis stood before the judge, designer suit replaced by standard court attire. "I apologize to my victims," he read mechanically, "especially my wife." "Ex-wife," the judge corrected sharply. "Let's be accurate, Mr. Gray. You apologize to your ex-wife, whom you attempted to strand penniless after stealing her life savings." Valentina's statement came next. More tears, more practiced remorse. The judge wasn't moved. "Your social media posts bragging about your stolen luxury will be used in FBI fraud awareness training," she informed them. "Quite the influencer legacy, wouldn't you say?" My phone chimed with messages from the victim support group. "Watching the sentencing. Thank you for giving us courage. My grandmother got her retirement money back. You showed us we're not alone." Haley gestured to a nearby table. "Someone wants to meet you." An elderly couple sat there. I recognized them from the ship's security footage, Travis's last attempted victims. "We were about to wire him our savings that day," the woman said, taking my hand. "When the captain made that announcement, you saved our retirement." "Join us for dinner?" her husband asked. "We'd love to hear your story." Before I could answer, Palmer sent an urgent update. "You need to see this. Travis's father just testified about everything. The generational fraud, the family schemes, all of it." The attached video showed an older man, broken but determined. "My son and daughter learned from my mistakes. Now we all pay the price, but thanks to Layla, the cycle ends here." The ship's captain approached our table. "Mrs. Flores, would you consider speaking at tonight's dinner? Our passengers have requested to hear from the woman who turned a luxury cruise into a lesson in justice." I looked around the deck, at the genuine joy of families on honest vacations, at the elderly couple who kept their retirement, at Haley's proud smile. "Actually," I said, "I have a better idea." That evening, I hosted the first meeting of our support group's cruise chapter. Victims and survivors sharing stories, resources, warnings about new scams. Real people helping each other heal. "One more thing," Emma texted. "Remember that non-profit for financial abuse victims you mentioned? Guess what? The cruise line wants to be a founding sponsor." I stepped out onto my suite's balcony, the same one where Travis had paced in panic. The ocean stretched endless and clean, carrying us forward. My phone lit up with a final message from Travis's mother. "The family fortune is gone, but we're rebuilding with honesty this time. Thank you for showing us how." Haley joined me on the balcony. "Quite a view, isn't it? Better than revenge?" "This isn't revenge," I replied. "This is restoration for everyone they hurt, everyone they would have hurt." Speaking of hurt, she handed me a tablet showing the prison's approved visitor list. Travis had put my name down. "He still thinks he can manipulate you," she warned. I deleted the notification. "Some people never learn, but others," I gestured to the support group meeting continuing inside, "others learn to rise." The ship sailed on through darkening waters, its lights bright against the evening sky. Somewhere in a federal facility, Travis and Valentina faced their first night of many in cells. But here, their victims gathered in healing, in strength, in triumph. "Ready for dinner?" Haley asked. "Captain's table is waiting." I took one last look at the horizon, not as a victim, not as an ex-wife, but as myself, whole, free, victorious. "Ready," I said, turning away from the view. "Let's show everyone that the best stories don't end with revenge. They end with rising." Behind us, the support group broke into applause as another survivor finished sharing their story. The sound carried across the water like a promise of justice, of healing, of strength found in the quiet after the storm.